you are new to my channel, and I timed that so poorly, I'm gonna wait for this ad break. Break. Ad break is over. What's happening here? Is this even picking up? Whoops. Why is my microphone so low? There we go. That should be better. Oh my god, except for the goddamn lawnmower. Hey, Mads. Well, I started my intro and then an ad break went, so yeah, my microphone was just too low. The gain had been turned down. Well, hello and welcome. As you can see, I'm off to a great start. If this is your first time on my channel, welcome. And I'm sorry. And if you are returning, thank you so much for joining me again. I am not feeling too great today, so I don't know how long I'll actually be able to stream for. But things already are not going too great for me. My microphone got caught in an ad break, there's a lawnmower. Deep breaths. If you don't know who I am Peggy Covers, your cat girl bard, and I am also the owner and lead developer of Cats and Lily Pad Studios, where I make visual novels. We are currently deep into development of The In-Between. We also have Moonflower released, which is currently 35% off for the Season of Pride sale, which will also head into the Steam Autumn sale. So that'll be on sale for the next couple of weeks. And for a future title, we've also got Heart Agency. But today, I am playing a visual novel from another developer, Blank House Games, and we are playing Keyframes, as you can see on the screen there. Oh my god, that lawnmower. Oh. It's making me want to cry. So, for a little bit about Keyframes, which is on Kickstarter at the moment. Yeah. I can't get rid of it either. It's like he's going right, like he's under my window, and like there's nothing I can do about it. And I hate the sound normally, but oh my god. But it's even worse right now. But yeah, I've left some links in the description and in chat for the Kickstarter links and where to find the game, but there is currently 65 hours left on the Keyframes Kickstarter. And they have done incredibly well. Hey Gabby. They have done incredibly well. They have raised $50,000 on a $34,000 goal, which is 78,000 Australian, which makes me cry so much. Exchange rate, man. It's brutal. So it is available to download on itch.io and Steam. And Keyframes is a amare visual novel that focuses on what some have described as the second coming of age, the ephemeral nature of relationships, and the work it requires to understand and empathize with one another. Experience life as it happens, each chapter defined by the events and choices you make for yourself. Play as one of 4 total personality types, changing aspects of your personality as the game continues. Forge close friendships, distance yourself from particular characters, bring in even more new faces, or choose love, that is, if you want to. Between an intricate system of impressions that depend on both the player's decisions and a chosen combination of events and experience, no one playthrough will quite like the others. The demo currently spans the first spring, which covers the first 2 weeks of your second school year. It sports 280,000 words with 200 plus variations to experience, all of which is dependent on player choice and built-in personality system. This demo is longer than my entire game is going to be for the in-between. Like, Moonflower is like almost 70,000 words. The in-between is probably going to be around 250,000 words. Maybe more than that. But this is insane. A demo to be 280,000 words. That's quite frightening. I have seen this game talked about a lot, recommended a lot, but I don't know all that much about it, so we are going to discover this together. I really like their logo, but from what I can say of it is I bet it's incredibly difficult to actually use this logo on anything other than like a solid color. Even my own logos, especially my studio logos, are difficult to use on anything other than just like a flat color, because otherwise it starts to blend into it to like the line art and everything, and it's a nightmare to try and arrange like logos that aren't like super block. Oh, it's like a checklist. What are the options? Oh, hey, what the heck? That's cool. Oh my god. That is... Oh, what the heck? Oh, Kohai. That's cool. Kohai is also... That menu is super cool, huh? I've never seen anything like that before. Hey, thanks for the follow. Kohai is also my UI artist. Absolutely love her work. Hey. First time hearing me. With my absolutely ridiculous accent. Okay, let's get stuck into this. Ooh. Ooh, it's time to take a quiz. Ooh, ooh. Man, I love the animated things. I want... Man, I really wanted to do like animated things with the in-between UI, but I just really didn't know how to actually approach it. This is so cool though. My tiny brain is entertained by very, very simple things. Is this what they mean by the motion animation? I wasn't sure whether to be like... Oh, I see. I wasn't sure if it was going to be like camera panning or anything like that. I do a lot of like cinematic like camera panning in my games because it's something that I really love doing, and it like makes it more interesting for my brain for me than just like than just the background when nothing is happening. Makes me feel like I've actually got something going on in my programming, but a lot of people absolutely hate it. It's a very divisive thing in my games. A lot of people want to be able to turn it off, but I don't have that option. It's something that I put a lot of work into too, so it's unfortunate when people don't like it, or when it upsets people's motion sickness, which I suffer from motion sickness a lot too. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. Mostly In terms of Mads, the After Effects comment, I have to be able to do it actually with the code. Although, one day I may ask you for some... Oh my god! He had stopped! Let me see if I can... Okay. My window is open a little bit, but I've closed it, so hopefully that cuts some of that sound out. And now it's gonna get really hot in here. I have been so unwell the last day, and it hasn't really gotten much better. Nerves are frazzled. Time to take a quiz, a personality quiz. No, you're not allowed to skip this. We're giving you a series of statements for you to answer truthfully. Or not. Not the boss of you. So let's start. First question. Your friend bought you a present, but you don't like it. What do you do? What a question to start off with. I think I was in the middle of saying something else. Mads, yeah, I might eventually see if I can pick your brain for some like stream effect things, but that I can use as like on Twitch as the redeems, because I want to do some like, you know, like sparkly, some like sparkly transition things, and but some things that I can find never have transparency to them, and I don't know how to do transparency in video editing. I have tried and tried and tried, but I only have DaVinci, and I don't actually know if I can like do it in DaVinci. Lie. DaVinci? I see these guys all over my Twitter, and I do not understand them at all. They're so funny. They don't know, and you don't want to hurt their feelings. Someone took your go-to karaoke song. What do you do? I can guarantee that no one will take my go-to karaoke song, because it is Love Shack by the B-52s, and I sing both parts. Does anyone else have a beat me to the question? Pash, who's bringing a tambourine who's bringing a tambourine to karaoke? I will just find another song. Someone is approaching you with a clipboard. What do you do? Pretend I don't see them. Stop and listen. They've probably been ignored all day. No. I'm already clear across campuses to avoid them. Really? Marin. I've never, I mean, I haven't been to karaoke much, but I've never seen had like instruments in there. I love karaoke though. I'm always very self-conscious for, like, I love singing, but like I'm so self-conscious about it. I'm gonna pretend I don't see them and keep walking. Sorry. You got a party invite. Problem is, you don't really know anyone there. Oh, hell no. 2 is better than 1. I'll ask a friend to come with me. I suddenly come down with a cold. I want to go to Japan so badly. Do you read the direction first, or do you guess as you go? I kind of do both. I read some of the directions and then I make the rest up. A test of your reflexes. What's your favourite time of the day? Night. You're planning a vacation with your friends. What's the itinerary? Anything weird that's in visiting distance. I actually quite like putting together flat pack furniture. I need to bring that fan closer because it's already muggy as hell in here. Oh yeah, fun. Almost 30 degrees. 10:30 in the morning. That's not looking good for the rest of the day. Anything weird that's in visiting distance is the first on the list. The point of vacations is to relax. You'll be enjoying the more scenic things. Every museum or landmark in sight. There's a lot of history and culture to learn about. Non-stop adventure. I mean, that's very dependent, isn't it? It's dependent on the friends. It's dependent on the place. These answers are too... These answers are too restrictive. I am a huge fan of museums, though, and I guess every museum or landmark in sight. I always try to hit a museum, and depending on the kind of zoo, because I love animals so much. Some zoos are another thing that's very that's very, like, you either love them or you hate the fact that they exist at all. Animals. Let's go with that one. Oh, you're fighting with a friend, but it's gone on long enough. What do you do? Even if you don't think you were wrong, more confrontation is too much. When I went to Canada, like, over a decade ago now, shit, that's distressing. We went to Vancouver Aquarium, where we got to go into the beluga whale enclosure. I don't even think that aquarium exists anymore. But, like, that was such such an insane experience for us, like. And I desperately want to find a zoo around here that has red panda encounters, because I am just unhealthily obsessed with red pandas. Oh, nice! Otters are so cute. I love the noise otters make. Send an invitation, but don't acknowledge the argument. I want to do some of the like the animal themed cafes in Japan too. Like, they've got so many. I'm a sucker for a cat cafe. But like, they've got like owls and hedgehogs and capybaras and all sorts of things, and it's ridiculous. I learned that one of my best friends is allergic to cats at a cat cafe. Emma. I didn't realize. Because she has cats. I still feel bad about it, but it was an interesting way to learn that fact. Probably nothing. Your friends bring sudden plans on you. What do you do? I would definitely be one of those people who would live on antihistamines just because I need cats in my life so badly. It has been so long since I've interacted with a cat, and that very fact is detrimental to my mental health. Decline nicely, your evening is already booked. I would probably be the same if I was lactose intolerant. I'd consume a lot of dairy. You're only young once. Hit them with an Uno. Yeah, I can't. No. No sudden plans, no. Winter! What a surprise. These personalities are often characterized as the coolest person around, never the type to be ruffled or influenced. Winters are calm but straightforward observers. Though they might be quiet, don't mistake that for passivity. They're observing and won't hesitate to call people out, even at the risk of hurt. Oh no, I don't hurt feelings. No. I observe and then silently judge. Extremely passive aggressive. Some of your actions and responses are already predetermined, but don't worry, you will still be able to influence your character throughout the game based on the choices you make. Now let's double check some info. Juniper. Paladin of Humanities. Let me check something. Yeah, I was just trying to see if it says it's got partial voice acting. So I was just checking to see if you leave it as the default name, if that will change anything. Like if that will be no name voice acting. Okay. Sometimes games will go down like a default route of if it inputs a default name, you'll like that can sometimes be voice acted, or they'll just skip a name altogether. So much easier to just skip a name altogether. As cool as it is to be able to like input a name and have that name like voice acted, or I think Our Life does that, and I think Era does that as well. There's like a that's cool. There's like a pre-selection of like names that people have like done through like the Kickstarter or Patreon or something that they've like paid for the name. As an audio engineer, that like just implementing that gives me a brain hemorrhage. Like from recording and implementing name variations, like it is the worst nightmare. It is so much work for like just what ends up being like a couple of lines, but there's like an insane amount of variations. Ugh. Yeah, I get that it can be like disappointing, and it's super exciting when you can hear your name, especially for like some voice actors that you love their voice a lot. And would definitely have you kicking your feet if they were to say your name. It's just so much, it's just so difficult to manage. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with she, her. Some points in the game, members cast may behave. That is a cool thing to be able to, I know, and you can choose how frequently they use, like this is, the amount of variance that this game must have is frightening. I wonder if, like it says it's 280,000 words for the demo. I wonder if that includes all the variations? Because if it doesn't, that's even more terrifying. At some points in the game, yeah, I would hope it does. Word count is funny, because as a developer you're like, it's got this many words, but you won't necessarily get all of those words in the one playthrough, so it can sometimes seem like a lot shorter of a game than it is overall. Some points in this game, members of the cast may behave differently depending on factors related to your orientation and presentation. Please select all that apply in respect to how you prefer your character be perceived. Feminine. Characters who are shy around women might be shy around my character. man, I can't even... I'm looking at the... Just, like from a programming perspective, because like, I mean, I write, I program, I audio engineer, like, just all of those things together, my brain is just like, I can't even get over the like immediate hurdle of like just how much work would have gone into this. This one's cute. Thanks for joining. Let's see. During some action occasions, keyframes implements... Oh no, QuickTime events. To help direct the narrative. Test each mode and choose what is comfortable for you. It doesn't help that as a writer, I forget what I'm writing as I write it. Like, having to remember and like keep track of all the different kinds of variables that you've added to make sure that not only do they follow through the game, but they have like significance and you can reference them later is a struggle all on its own. Like, especially as your workout starts to get bigger and bigger, and it's like keeping track of everything in a branching game is already difficult enough for just like regular choices, but then putting like as much like smaller little things that are super cool when they show up, but end up making your brain want to explode as a developer. Every time I write some kind of like little struggle, I'm like, oh, little struggle. Every time I write some kind of little variance, I have to put it in a note folder so I remember to reference it later. And every time I'm like, man, I should have made a kinetic game. This is too much. And it's like one choice. So to help direct the narrative, test each mode and choose what is comfortable for you. You can change this at any point throughout playthrough with the settings. Easier to change how many keys to test. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. This kind of reminds me of the QuickTime events that we got in the Quarry that I kept panicking and pressing the wrong button for. Yes. Your phone rustled you from your dream, and you woke to the scratch of your sheets and the whir of the AC unit. Much as you wanted to ignore it, you slithered a hand out of the blanket and grabbed your phone. There wasn't any point in delaying the inevitable. Of your beast. Is that Oh no, that was in Roblox, wasn't it? So you tormenting Sukuna again. His artwork. I have fear. Yeah? Who is this? You have 5 seconds to explain yourself before I hang up. You were too tired to talk, so you just muted the call. Let's just mute the call. Bye. Bye. Melting back into the mattress, you readjusted the covers, intent on returning to the dream world, when your phone rattled and shook with a new call. Sighing, you squeezed the power button to silence it once more. It rang again. One of my favorite things to do when you get like some kind of call or pop-up is to reject it. I think it's so funny to be able to do. It rang again and again, and after a few more volleys of rejected calls, you picked up with a pout. I did it in the in-between as well, where you can reject the call once. Every time I've seen a stream, because I don't really watch like people stream my game because it's so awkward for me, but I get really embarrassed. But I'll sometimes like kind of go through them afterwards and kind of see if I can pick up any comments or things like that. And something that I do notice is people will always reject the call, and then they get sad when they can't reject it again. And that was the thing with Date with Death as well. I thought it was hysterical that it's like either yes or yes, and then you can't, like the hang up button in call is like grayed out. You can't press it. I think that's incredibly funny. As funny as it would have been to hang up on him and listen to him complain about you hanging up on him, not being able to in the first place is also hysterical. I love the smiley face. He's just like, no. I was really hoping you would take a hint.
I gotcha. I wouldn't call if it wasn't important, you know?
What do you want, Cameron?
Glad you asked. The time, please.
You opened your bleary eyes. In a wash of warm light filtering through the curtains, you recognized the late morning hours stretching across the floor. It had to be well into the day now, and you squinted at your phone for confirmation. 12 p.m. It's 12. Happy?
Yes, but I'll be happier if you get your lazy ass out of bed.
Would you tell me what to do? That's a lot to ask of me right now.
Well, I tried. Dude, too light. Let me. Hey, you gotta wake up. You better not have forgotten.
Oh no. Okay, let me have a look at this. Oh! A creature! That's cute. He's not cursed at all. I expected something really cursed. Cursed and squished like the Sukuna. He's cute though. He looks like he's got a lollipop. Does he have a lollipop? He does have a lollipop. Forgotten what?
Today's Raina's barbecue party, remember?
Oh, music events. That's cool.
Pam and I finished buying snacks and stuff. We're also like 15 minutes from campus. So, if you still want to ride, you should get out, like, right now.
Ooh. Shit.
And there's the reaction
Thank God. It finally sunk in.
I'll be there.
You'd better. Oh, it is so satisfying to get one over on you.
Yeah. See you guys when I see you. The call dropped and you sprang into action, sprinting across the sun-warmed floor to get ready. Ooh. You stepped out of your apartment building, bracing for a blast of heat. As the semester was drawing towards its close, temperatures had risen in a way that left you lingering in the chilled indoors. But thankfully, today was a perfect spring day, one of the last ones you'd get before summer crept in. There was just one thing in your way. Oh well, many things. Many people. At this time of the day, Rinmeier University was as lively as ever. Students moved in and out of lecture halls, and they were clustered everywhere with their eyes on their books, their friends, or their phones. If you hadn't been so hell-bent on finishing your assignments for the week last night, you would have been awake in time for a peaceful morning, and you'd be able to simply walk alongside the crowd, calm as anything. However, I like that these look like the sticky folder tabs. You wanted to be prepared, and that meant keeping up with whatever your professors gave you. You needed to get everything done, just so you could go a few days without thinking about schoolwork. All your work from the last 2 weeks had piled up, right until the last minute. I'm always somewhere between piled up and every time I have to go somewhere, or like there's some like kind of event, I try and get ahead of the of my tasks, because like somehow if I leave them for that like time, it's like double behind. Let's go that middle one. Finals were around the corner, and you knew you were due for some late, stressful nights. Until then, you'd keep scraping together free days when you could. And thus, here you were. Yeah, I am both master procrastinator and chronic overworker. It depends. Oops. Oh. Is there? Oh, oopsies. Hey, there's something. There is something indeed. Ooh, what's information? Kitty! It's interesting that there's no rollback. That is indeed an interesting choice. You set your mouth in a grim line and forged onward. By some minor miracle, the crowd didn't actually impede you that much. I see. That makes sense. You weren't really expecting this kind of treatment, but halfway through your jog, you realized that most of the students in your way were moving on their own accord. If you had the time, you might have stopped to wonder why, but you didn't, and so you kept your eyes forward and your feet moving. Oh boy! I have a shirt that's almost identical to that. Hey, move, bitch! Get out the way! Ah, well, your luck had to run out at some point. You dodged the front of a black and pink electric scooter as the student atop it braked, their foot planting on the ground for extra friction. Were you gonna get isekai'd already? And they were already opening their mouth to apologize.
Good? Sorry, that's my bad. I didn't see you there.
It's alright. There was no harm done. So please excuse me.
Sure, yeah.
This brief interaction should have concluded then. However, as you took a step to the right, they pushed off slightly, their scooter inching forward and back into your way.
Oh, that's...
Unconcerned by this coincidence, you smoothly shift to the left, only to be blocked a second time as they tried to turn. And then you stepped diagonally backwards. They inched forward, mirroring you perfectly. You flicked your eyes up, honing in on the surprised arch to their brows. Do you mind?
I swear I'm not doing this on purpose. I think we're just...
How about you stop moving and I walk around you? I like his hair. Sure, now if you'll let me...
No, I'm serious. Let's test this. What number am I thinking?
Oh my god. You know that anime little... You know the little irritation bubble that pops up on foreheads and starts pulsing? This would be me in this moment. I'd be just like, oh my god, get out of my way. You had some time to spare. How much time could there have been to get dressed, get down? The friends were going to be there in like 15 minutes? So you decide to indulge them. This was a waste of your time, and you didn't care to spare any more of it here. Well, if there... Asking for it, you'd give them the most convoluted answer you could think of. Every prime number ending in 7.
Why 7?
You tell me, you're the one thinking of them.
If you wanted me to stick around, you could have just asked. No need to make me count.
You have to count them up one by one. I fear I've overestimated you.
You got me there. I memorized all my rhymes just for today.
See, this is why I don't banter. Because everyone's smarter than me. I'll have like one funny response and then get trapped in it. It might have been the worst bout of a walkaway sidestep that you'd have had since you since you started going here. But at least it was with someone who was having fun with it. Right, so this was fun, but I've got to go. For real this time.
Oh, well, I suppose I'll wait for the stars to bring us back together or something.
This time, it was the stranger who moved aside first, and you followed with a soft chuckle. It wouldn't do to block foot traffic, or worse, trap someone else in this inexplicable tango. You really hold on to this destiny thing.
When the universe tells me to pay attention, I listen.
And what have you learned so far exactly?
But yeah, hoping to change that if I annoy you enough.
Ugh. You must have a lot of free time. Oh, we hit the partial. Let's see, what are some of the... Look, for someone who almost exclusively plays romance games and makes romance games, I very, very quickly start rolling my eyes at romance games. But it's all in good fun, I promise. What was some of the... Oh, there it is. I lost my tab. What were some of the Kickstarter goals? Let's see. I also can't hear the name Percy without thinking about Critical Role. Percy Jackson. I have not watched the new series on that. Let's see. What were... Oh, okay. So the stretch goals were additional texts, NPC sprites, bonus summer CGs, phone personalization, and fall season funded. They always have all of their stretch goals, which is wild. There's been some indie games making like absolute waves on Kickstarter lately, and it is super cool to see. Like seeing an indie game make, you know, 50k on a crowdfund is incredible. It is incredibly difficult as an indie to get the kind of visibility and trust to fund. But there's been quite a few lately who have done super well. I'm actually running late for a meetup with some friends. Savage! I'm not surprised. You look like the kind of person to waste someone's time. Only if I think it'll be worth it. Lucky me. At the touch of sarcasm in your tone, they chuckled behind a curled fist. Let's not pretend like you don't have somewhere to be either. Correct. How about we go our separate ways here then? Are you kidding me? You can't just leave after that.
This is a scene straight out of a movie. One of us is supposed to fall head over heels for the other, you know?
Really now?
Yep. Movie law dictates it. I mean, 50,000 students on campus, and you bumped into me? You can't ignore that.
Yeah, we can. Tell you what though. You can decide who falls for who. I'm a romantic, so I can play with you. Oh my god, this guy. And that face he's pulling at you as well. Yeah, it's difficult when you're an indie dev in a certain space. Visual novels in particular are a niche within gaming. And then within that, you then split into like your genres of like, you know, your otames, your BLs, your amares, your horrors always do strangely well. People love horror visual novels. But like as you start kind of getting in through like your categories, you start getting like niches within niches. And all of those games kind of within I'd really love to write like a kind of mystery and a horror. But like it's romance is a tricky kind of genre because people are so kind of particular about what they want to see from them. So it's difficult to apply to everyone because the more you try and apply to everyone, the more vague you have to start getting. But then if you go too specific, you're closing off though. Like you're closing your game off to more people. It's an incredibly difficult balancing act. And within like those little genres, you've also got your different kinds of like, you know, shared fans. And eventually, at like as more Kickstarters are coming and like more games are being made, while you're not necessarily well, devs aren't necessarily competing against each other. Eventually, players will have to choose where they spend their money. So Kickstarter's particularly difficult in that way as well, especially in this economy. So, I mean, and I'm fairly confident that I can speak for all indie devs in saying that anyone who supports an indie developer in any way is so beyond appreciated, and it doesn't matter in what way you support, be it financial or just sharing our content, talking about it, popping into our socials or our discords. It is so incredibly appreciated, and we love you. Hey newbie. You can decide who falls for who. They really liked to lay it on thick, didn't they? It was starting to bother you. What a riot. They knew just how to clap back every time. You didn't doubt that. They'd been super forward from the jump. They were being quite cute, cheesiness and all. Honestly, you weren't very sure how to respond. Alright, what do we think, chat? How should we respond to this dude? I guess being unsure how to respond is very in line with that last option. I get choice paralysis. I'm the kind of person who will spoil endings for myself of games just to see, like, how responses will lead. What a riot. It's the friendly one? Okay, let's do that. I mean, it's not wrong. The quips, the delivery, it was an art form they had wielded with pinpoint accuracy. Man, I really need to get emotes for the channel. I have some, like, from my server, which of, like, my game characters. Poor Wesley in his tears. And my little guy shows up if you click hydrate. Oh, he's sitting on my hat. That's funny. And there's also fire. Or a little Zeke will show up somewhere. There he goes. Oh, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you so much. You pressed your fingers lightly over your mouth, but that only drew his attention to the smirk hiding there. Holy goodness, that's a lot of choices. Save? Oh, that's a camera. That's cool. They're all hilarious. Okay. let's save Scummit. Okay. We'll go through all of them then. And then see which one How about this? What do you want me to play instead? Ah, a twist. Since you have to ask, I'm going to say you're taking the more passive role here. So I get to stand still while you fall head over heels, I mean, I won't say no to a helping hand. God. Okay, let's load. I like the one, you don't remember me, and then... Okay. In that case, you can play the one who fell first. I just met you, but somehow I already know that tracks. Wow. I fear the amount of variables in this game. Fear. It's like in theory, I would love to be able to write something. Oh my god. I just got I was just retweeting my live post and saw a Manfred tattoo, and holy shit, that is amazing. I was advised to, but it does help with choice paralysis. Like, I don't know which to choose, so choose them all. What if this is more of a soulmates chasing each other through multiple lives thing? Would you still love me if I was a van? Why? Okay, so are you isekaiing me? Someone's being isekai'd in this option. A what? I mean, in other lives, I might not be as dashingly handsome, or even a person. Tomfoolery. I love that word. The only thing that worries me is that I'll accidentally save over it instead of load save. You mean you don't remember me? We've been together for years. We have? Until your mother cut the brakes in my car, of course. Then I drove off a cliff in the rain and the amnesia made me fall in love with your cousin instead. Ah, right. Because my cousin and mother are working together to rob us of our inheritance. But we'll have the last laugh, won't we? We will once we cut their brakes in a twist of dramatic irony. I think that's just plain old revenge, but I love the enthusiasm. You'd pretend to fall in love with me? That's sweet. Who said anything about pretending? I did. Takes a little more than a scooter mishap to woo me. Ah, so you're saying I do have a shot then? Woof. Oh. Okay, then you play the one who fell later, but harder. Oh, you're a fan of slow burns, huh? I am conflicted on slow burns. I have just experienced the kind of slow burn, and it made me want to tear my face off, but I also loved it. Felguard is going to be my personality for many weeks to come. Why do I get the feeling you were super into Regency novels? Excuse you. Let's see, what else do we have? And this is where I walk away, having charmed the pants off of you. I mean, my pants are still on, so... I love how you do just kind of that, and then just seemingly just walk away. Bye! Alright, what one do we think we should stick with? Oh no! Pressure. It doesn't! It really doesn't! Kind of like the soulmates chasing each other across multiple lives thing. There's something very sarcastic about that. Let's go that one. In another life, he was a worm. Or maybe a pigeon. No, I know he said ban, but... there was a breezy confidence. Okay. That's okay. There was a breezy confidence in the way he answered you. They answered you, sorry. And the easy lilt to their voice told you they were more than used to this kind of tomfoolery. We got a flirt in our hands. It was tempting to stick around just to see what they'd come up with next. Unfortunately, I gotta go. Don't run into anyone else, okay? Oh my god! Am I allowed to take that as you wanting me for yourself? You didn't reply, but you didn't need to. The way your lips pressed together in an attempt to hide your amusement was telling enough. I enjoy flirt personalities and like the surly personalities. Both have an incredibly funny dynamic, especially when flirting back makes them flail. Like ones who are super clever and then, oh no, add hell. But if they actually get a response, they then don't know what to do. I think that's hilarious. But flirts and surly characters also want to make me bully them. You knew they'd seen it, since their mouth was quirked into something between a smirk and a smile. Oh my god. Floods and gremlins, yeah. I was so pleased when I found that transition. I was trying to combine the words smirk and smile in my head, but it just makes one or the other. Somewhere between a smirk and a smile into something that, for all their wit, Smirkile, was mellow and indulgent. I'll see you around. They lifted a hand, throwing a two-fingered salute as you step past. Smell. You nodded back. The motion perfunctory? That's an interesting word. As you gradually picked up the pace. You'd lost valuable time. And so you dared to break into a jog as soon as you had a straight shot across the green. This time, thankfully, there were no collisions to be had. You slowed to walk into the light stitch... Wait. You slowed to work off the light stitch in your chest, slipping by a group of students going in the opposite direction. Man, whoever that was over there, they were really passionate about that song. Tell me about it. As you headed between the rows of parked cars, an electronic beat filled the air. The source? A van with the front window rolled down, as its occupants rocked out to a song from a decade ago. Side to side. Side to side. Cameron sat in the driver's seat, two-toned hair flying wildly as they banged out a beat on the car door. They were one of your best friends, as well as a year above you in the same major. More importantly, hang on 1 second. Sorry, I got an art update from my artist for the in-between, so I just have to reply. There is never a time when I am not multitasking. More importantly, they were a self-professed champion of car karaoke. When it came to immersing oneself in song, passion was the name of the game. And for Cam, that meant there was no need to worry about hitting the right notes. Oh. Cause baby tonight. Yeah, I feel like I have a song like right on the edge of my, like right on the edge of my brain about what he might be singing, but I can't get to it. Yeah, what is he? What is he singing? Yes, it's. I can hear it from the like those last lyrics there, but the speakers went abruptly quiet right as they reached the high note. With a devastating gasp, Cam jerked around to face the passenger seat, where your roommate pigeon laughed with a delicate glee. Pigeon. Yes, that's it. DJ, yes. 'Cause baby tonight the DJ got us falling in love again. Yeah, that's it. Do 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 do. Yes, there we go. I like this description though. Pigeon laughed. That is very Gremlin. I love that. Deja was the third member of your unforgettable trio. An incorrigible tease, always looking for an opportunity to poke fun. She'd obviously been waiting for the right moment to turn the volume down. Oh, thank you. You guys are being a public disturbance. You cupped a hand by your mouth and called out dryly, raising an eyebrow as they both leaned to wave at you. Ah, and look who finally showed up. You're cutting it close, Lou. One more minute and we would have left without you. Oh, give her a break. I'm sure it sucked getting woken up so early in the morning. You flipped him the bird while you walked over. Laugh it up. Oh please, I know you wouldn't leave without me. My bad, you guys. No, I'm sorry, I just... That first one speaks to me. Ooh, so she is awake. And she's all cranky. Aww. I'm here, aren't I? Lay off already. Anyway, get in, loser. You rounded the passenger side and tugged on the door handle, only to find it locked. Oh, the devastation. Is something wrong? And so now it was your turn to be played with. Real mature, roomie. Oh, good. For a second I thought I was being immature. Rolling your eyes, you rapped on the window for Camera's attention. Cam, unlock the door. Ah. As you requested, the lock flipped up a second later and clicked right back down. Deja's grin widened and she propped her chin innocently on one hand. This is childish of you. I'm embracing the days of my youth. You'd known Deja for almost... I have no idea if I'm saying that correctly. For almost 2 years now. She dragged this joke out as long as she could. Unless you did something about it. You tried persuading her to let you in. You stuck your hand quickly through the half-open window. I am like the worst at pronunciation. If it is possible to get it wrong in any way, I will. It's almost a talent. You stuck your hand through the half-open window, reaching for the unlock button. You jumped up and down and started rocking the car as hard as possible. That is incredibly gremlin. Let's see. Let's stick our hand through the window. Deja lurched back with a stifled curse, dodging your first flailing attempts. You stop that! Stop what? What am I doing, Deja? You jammed your arm through the window even more, but you could only you only barely brushed against the button before Deja slapped your hand aside. What? You reeled back, aghast, and Deja stared back at you, coolly defiant. You knew she was about to escalate. The only thing stopping her was the effort it took to keep from smiling. And you'd have to press that advantage if you wanted a chance. Now you've done it. Without further ado, the two of you descended into a full slap fight, swatting ineffectually at each other in a battle for the unlock button. Was it childish? Yes. Would either of you stop? No. At least not until... Okay, truce! Truce, I'm gonna scratch you up if we keep this up. Or worse, break a nail. Your priorities suck. The lock clicked, and the side door slid open with a beep to let you in. I'm liking the moxie. Oh, the moxie! Now that's a word you don't see very often. Yeah, she got some moxie. What about my moxie? You've always got moxie. What matters is when Coco makes it show. I always name, like on stream, I use like the Coco Lou name and then I regret it when I have to read it out loud. Oh my god! Look at those! Look at those headrest pillows! Hey, is that a little no face up there? And a Sailor Moon wand? This is so cute. You scramble into a seat in the middle row, noting the rueful smile that Deja wasn't quite managing to hide. Ah, oh yeah. Sure, she inconvenienced you, but it had all been in the name of fun. You didn't mind a little tomfoolery. I love that word so much. One of my favourite silly words for absolutely no reason is nincompoop. There's just something about that word that just makes me happy. I appreciate the use of tomfoolery though. Sometimes being the subject of Deja's teasing meant you got to enjoy her attention for just that much longer. camcorder. Wow. To Ice Queen. I repeat, camcorder to ask. Ice Queen. That was. That was almost an awkward slip. The package was received safely. Now awaiting your new orders. Over. We proceed as planned. Onwards to Raina. To Raina! You all clicked your seatbelts in, and Cameron shifted the car into reverse. Twisting in their seat, they gave you... Nincompoop. Twisting in their seat, they gave a quick peppy salute before settling one hand on the back of Deja's headrest. They maneuvered out of their parking spot with a practiced turn of the wheel, looking backwards all the while. It was inevitable you'd make eye contact, and when you did, they winked. I know, I'm the coolest, aren't I? On most people, this kind of ego-boosting question would come off as arrogant. On Cameron, it came off as an intentional joke, a way to keep the energy light. Embrace your cringe. You and Deja had the rare privilege of seeing Cameron at their silliest, and they made sure you knew it. I don't know why you keep doing that when you have a perfectly good backup camera. Cool? Nah, I think it's hot when you do that. Cam, if you have to ask, then you're not being cool. I don't know. I would never trust reversing cameras. If you have to ask, then you're not being cool. Mm-hmm. True. Truly cool people don't need validation from others. Yeah. Take it from Deja, the coolest person we know. Can you guys just indulge me? One time? Well, if you have to ask. Cameron groaned with mock frustration, though a smile still tugged at the corner of their mouth. Fine, whatever. I get it. I'm too hot to be cool. The gear shift clunked, and the car pulled smoothly out onto the main road. Then I have a car scene in I have two car scenes in Hard Agency, and I realized that car scenes, like, unless you get like a background that you're only going to use like for that one scene, they are the worst to try and pair assets with. And it's like, my second one I ended up getting a CG for. But the first one, I'm somehow trying to find like a kind of street or like car asset, but it's also really, really difficult these days to find like pre-made assets that aren't using AI. And it's also really easy to get trapped by that as well when it's not declared. Assets that aren't custom. are getting very difficult these days. I love this car though, this is so cute. A cool breeze fluttered through the front windows, and campus buildings rolled by in silhouettes of glass, stone and brick. Rin Mayer was an easy first pick for many students. While not overly prestigious, it was a beautiful school set near a cozy town, couched in hazy blue mountains and forests of deep green. The academics here were no joke either. It had been competitive enough that you'd still felt more than lucky to be admitted into the pre-law track to boot. It was certainly the prettiest and coolest campus you'd ever seen. Downtown Fairfield was what really sealed the deal. You'd mostly focus on your academics when choosing a place. I think it was pretty. The brochures had done their best to capture everything, but nothing had beaten experiencing it in person. Your first month here had been a giddy one, full of exploration and maybe a little frolicking. Campus was, to quote Deja when you'd met, picturesque as fuck. I like her. And to quote Cameron next, sick as fuck. Thanks to the mountains, there was an observatory on one side of campus and a ski slope on the other. The locals enjoyed them just as much as the students did. Fairfield was a small place, but that didn't mean it was boring. Oh, I can't go back. Cameron slowed for a speed bump, and you heard the rustle of nylon bags in the trunk. How did shopping go? Deja tipped her head back for a laugh. More of a sharp exhale, really. It was easy to miss these mini laughs of hers if you didn't know what to listen for. Should I tell her or will you? Yeah. Why? What did you do, Cam? Why do you assume it was me who did something? Remember, in the court of law, everyone is presumed innocent until they are... You're not on trial, but if you were, we'd present to the court a picture of a certain pyramid of paper towels knocked all over the floor. We had a defective wheel and the cart wouldn't steer right. Okay, so we save on this one? And we're sure that was the cart's fault? Do you see me driving right now? I'm a model operator of heavy machinery. So if the cart wasn't working, that's not on me. Even if you were pushing it really, really fast. Until they check the security cameras, nobody has proof I did that. Honestly, it's not like anything actually broke. The employee said it was fine, but Cam's convinced they can't ever go back to Dickinson's again. Buck up. Cam, remember, we volunteer nothing. Stay quiet. You're so right. They clamped their mouth shut, twisting an invisible key at the corner and tossing it away. Well, as an eyewitness to the crime, I've got plenty to say. She's bluffing. Stay strong. Honestly, it's not like anything actually broke. Okay, that's where it comes back. Oh, Cam, were you guys alright? Oh yeah, aside from my dignity, but what's new? You should have seen them. They couldn't decide whether to run or apologize. We still had to check out after. Cam feels a bit baby girl coded. Sounds like a weak defense to me. Nuh-uh. It's Professor Arlo's 101. The company's liability for damages due to their... The company is liable for damages to their faulty property, not me. Damages? It was all paper towels, wasn't it? And maybe a sign or two. Okay, let's see. I liked that one. Say nothing. But Cam's convinced they can't ever go to Dickinson's again. Here in Australia, we had a... we had a retail chain called Dick Smith's that people used to love to make fun of. I think at one point he owned Vegemite? I'm not sure. Probably for the best. You won't stop laughing whenever we pull up. Oh no! But the macadamia nuts there are Deja's favourite. Buck up, Cam. It's the closest store to campus. Dick in, son. It's always in one ear and out the other for you. Cameron snickered. And as they flicked the turn signal light on, Deja tilted her head back to look at you. The macadamia nuts are Deja's favourite. Follow up to the Dickinson for some nuts. Oh dear. Buck up, Cam. Step 1, Dickinson. Step 2, buck up. I like that middle one. It's always in one ear and out the other for you. Cameron snickered, and as they flicked the turn signal on, Deja tilted her head back to look at you. You kept a straight face, meeting her with a deadpan stare. The two of you were remarkably alike, and that made for some encounters that to others could look tense or uncomfortable. How was your morning? Cheeky as always, you declined to bristle, even as she simpered. Naturally, you hadn't been set up for success today. Your room had been a mess, you'd woken up late, you'd had to run across campus, and you'd gotten held up by that stranger. There was a lot to say about your morning from that alone. But did you want to tell your friends? Hey, why not tell them about that, actually? You didn't want to tell them. You'd almost been even later. Thanks to that encounter. Yeah, let's tell them. Oh, I ran into someone on the way over. From where? No, I mean like, ran into someone. I didn't know them. You crashed, Ran? Almost. It could have been worse, but still. Yeah, there doesn't seem like much reason not to tell them. LMAO. What happened? They braked their scooter right in front of me, and every time I tried to go around them, they'd move in the same direction as me. A classic stalemate. Like, on accident? That must have felt weird. Then they turned it into a whole rom-com thing. Really big on sappy jokes, you know. Uh-huh. What's that for? What? What'd I say? You get that smug smile. You get those smug smiles off your faces. You leaned forward to drum your hands petulantly on their seats, and Deja laughed, unlocking her phone as she leaned away. I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyway, did you get a name? What is she about to do? Cameron wiggled their eyebrows enticingly in the rearview mirror, and you scoffed. Your friends weren't the biggest gossips, but they could still be quite nosy in their own right. Cam's curiosity was born of genuine interest, wanting to know for knowing's sake. But Deja wanted to appraise. At the very least, she'd make it heard where she thought someone was bad news. She had a good radar for bullshit, no matter the context. Crappy sales deals disintegrated under her discerning eye, and anyone with ill intent could look forward to the same. Alas, no, I didn't. What? Boo. Yeah, how's Deja to do any internet stealthing now? We just have to run into them again? In the intervening lull, you mulled over that stranger one last time. It was normal to share an encounter like that. You told Cam and Deja and Cam practically everything. Yeah, there'd been little to no chance you would keep a story like that from your friends. It was all par for the course. Well, thanks for picking me up anyway. Of course. We can't miss out today. It's so much free shit. Hey, don't forget. We've got work to do first. We will. If I have a lot of Tupperware in the back, that is a coincidence, I assure you. Ah, good old Tupperware. Some of that Tupperware's mine, right? Even if it's not, you can borrow whatever. You popped a quick thumbs up. That's dorky. And Cameron gave you one to match. The rest of the ride was a tangle of light-hearted conversations. Deja and Cam were common fixtures in your life, but you rarely ran out of things to talk about. It was never silent, at least. Deja had the aux, and she'd put one of her playlists on as soon as you'd left campus. It was normal to share an encounter like that. You told Cam and Deja practically everything. But Deja wanted to appraise. At the very least, she had a good radar for bullshit, no matter the context. Crappy sales Gradually, the trees on either side of the road thinned, and the car entered a classy residential area with quaint homes separated by large lawns and extensive driveways. I think these like photos as the like character images for this is cute. It's always hang on one moment. I have something to upload for my artist. Is this one? No, that's not that one. Spirited Away, that's what it is. Hi. What is that? 38. Okay, that should be it. Yeah, I end up using side sprites for a lot. But yeah, this is a really cool like option. Oh, incoming ad break. I mean, I said it a lot in the last stream as well for Mirage Noir, but I always love to see what other devs are doing. I always feel so basic in how I program, and then like like, cause I mean, and other devs are doing like such cool things that like I never would have thought of. Yeah, is it this one? Yep. Just pull in behind that car. Cameron pulled over, fitting the van into an empty spot. From the number of other vehicles already here, you were probably among the last of the helpers to arrive. Hopefully Raina won't mind. Peering out the window again, you were struck by the suburban mood that blanketed the entire area. Man, who's getting housing out here? This is way fancier than what's on campus. Huh? Oh no, this isn't for students. But Raina lives here. She sure does. Deja flicked her wrist impassively, speaking with the bluntness of someone who'd seen this view one too many times. It's a legit neighborhood. Some of our professors live here, the tenured ones. Cam, I'm pretty sure your first year seminar professor is her neighbor. No, Mr. Gregory? Yep. Apparently she swings by with muffins. Man. We didn't call her a G for nothing. I love you, Mrs. G. Cameron hollered after sticking their head through the window, fist thumping on their chest to express their admiration. Deja snorted. So close. It's the one on the other side. Ah, well, whoever lives on this side, I also love them. Anyway, let's get going. Wait 1 second. The locks clicked shut, and the window on Deja's side whirred as she rolled it back up. I'm not up for round 2 of this. Are they gonna get child locked in the back? Then it's a good thing this isn't that. I said this was a party that Raina was hosting, right? And I was co-hosting. Yup, I remember. Since it was so weird hearing that. What? Weird how? Hey, Phoenix. You don't really do parties, D. Not unless it's our birthdays or something. Mm-hmm. And we're here early to help set up. That means... it's an SGB party! Case closed, Detective Lou. Case closed indeed. Excellent work, Detective Molinez. Deja pouted a little, and the two of you turned away to giggle. Your roommate was vice president of the Student Government Board, which organized events and initiatives all over campus. It hadn't exactly been rocket science to guess the real nature of today's party. It was even easier when one considered that Raina was the SGB president, though that did bring up one inconsistency. If it's SG business, why not put that in the name? Why is it just a barbecue today? Because it's a test run. We'd like to run this on a bigger scale next year, so we're running a smaller trial first. Molinares. I probably won't remember it, but I will try. Thank you. That's why it's at Raina's place. The other SG people know, and now you do too, but none of the other guests really do. Okay, is that it? Nope, there's something bigger. She held one hand out to each of you, palm up. You didn't really like being touched by other people, even amongst friends. You didn't really like being touched by people, but you made an exception for your close friends. You didn't mind physical touches at all. Do not touch me. Ew, no. Humor me just one time. Ow! Cameron's hand landed on Deja's with a loud smack, and while your roommate flinched, you dropped your hand lightly into her waiting palm. Well, if I must. While you were at it, you and Cam linked your free hands as well, completing a triangle and leaning in to listen. There was a pause as Deja's gaze glided from you to Cameron and back. The anticipation built as she gathered her words. The barbecue has a game at the end, a scavenger hunt. I am asking the both of you from the depths of my heart to take it seriously. It's that serious? Scavenger hunt? Deja, you know I treat those with extreme seriousness. From the very depths of your heart, now I know you mean business. You didn't comment, waiting patiently for her next words. It's that serious? Extremely. Cameron audibly gulped. Oh, so she was really not messing around. The scavenger hunt, my friends, has a prize of $500. Suddenly the car was deathly silent. Let me repeat that. $500 fucking dollars. Where does that come back? Cameron's tongue darted out to swipe at their dry lips. Deja, if you're screwing with us, I'm dead ass. This is real. Let's see. From the very depths of your heart, now I know you mean business. Dee's heart. Mariana's trench of organs. Deja's lips twitched, but she kept to a grim silence, even when you and Cameron traded snickers. Okay, there we go. Oh. Your roommate closed her eyes and briefly tightened her grip on both of you. When she opened them again, there was a flash of greed in them. Okay, let's... Oh, did I skip this one? I know you do, but I'm asking for you to go beyond that. Beyond the usual? What's up with this game, D? Okay. That one. Okay. Deja, if you're screwing with us, I'm dead ass. This is real. We, along with the rest of the guests, are playing for keeps. And there is, I shit you not, a fat stack of cash waiting in Raina's room as we speak. If there was ever a moment to take my words at face value, it is now, okay? I am not kidding. That cemented it for Cameron. Holy shit! The car rocked on its axles as they leaped up on their seat, thumping their hands wildly on the steering wheel as they screamed. Even Deja joined in on the chaos. Her heels driving into the carpet of Cameron's car in a series of gleeful thumps. The jewelry adorning her body jingled with the movement as she too began yelling. You didn't even bat an eye as you simply sat in your seat. You joined in the celebration. You have to actually win though. $500. That's nearly 1,000 in dollars. Might have been more of a testament to your character than your friends, but you didn't think this was cause for that much celebration. I would be inclined to not get excited about something until I could, like, and until I could, like, actually win it, though. Oh yeah, I mean, winning $500 would be incredible. It's insane how quickly 500 goes. Like 500 here for rent is like 1 week, and that's usually not enough. Okay, wait. Cameron came down from their initial shock to seize Dea by their forearms. Your roommate grabbed them back, and the white of her manicured nails standing out against the grey of their hoodie. Oh yeah. When I had a full-time job with my apprenticeship before I started my studio, if I had to pay weekly rent, I would have had about $20 left on my paycheck. Every week. And that's if you could even get somewhere. We're in a housing market at the moment where they're doing like bidding, like silent bidding wars. Which is technically illegal, but they're doing it. There was a story a couple months ago about like a garden shed that was being rented out for like $400 a week. It didn't have electricity, it didn't have water, it didn't have a bathroom. It was literally just a garden shed in someone's backyard for $400 a week. Renting is incredibly fucked. Game plan. What is it? You have to have one, right? Like, we're winning the thing, no question? Definitely. I already know where everything is. Otherwise, there's no point bringing this up. Wait, are we cheating? Deja grinned at you without hesitation, mischief sparking to life in her eyes. Some people call it cheating. I call it a utilization of prior knowledge given my role as party coordinator. That's just a long-winded way of saying cheating. If Rayna didn't want me to cheat, then she wouldn't have asked me to help hide the items. Besides, just because we know where everything is doesn't guarantee we'll win. We still have to get everything first, and if we're going to grab what we need. Nah, still didn't feel right. When she put it that way, maybe you were fine with it, or maybe not. I would have thought that the organizers would be excluded from the game. apparently. I like the indecisiveness of the middle one, because cheating wouldn't feel right to me, but I also wouldn't stop my friends from doing it. There was a moral conundrum at play here, to cheat or not to cheat, and the angel on your shoulder begged for you to object. However, the little demon perched opposite whispered otherwise. Your inability to take a stance must have reflected on your face. The excitement on your friend's faces washed away, leaving behind a faint but genuine concern. Hey. You met her gaze, which was now soft and warm. We don't have to, it's just a thought. Yeah, it's not like we need to cheat to win. That cash is ours no matter what. I suppose as long as we're playing honestly, we should... There was a sudden tap on the window, and Cameron let out an ear-splitting scream. Deja screeched in turn, flinging herself backwards against the locked door. You dodged her flailing arm as she tried to sock Cameron in the shoulder, ducking back into the middle row of seats. Christ, Cameron! Ow! Sorry.
You'd better not be doing what I think you're doing, Deja.
Damn it, Raina. I almost pissed my pants.
I like that out of all of this scene, that's the one that they decided to do voice acting for. Raina peered through the passenger side window, her curled fingers shading her narrowed eyes. With her back to the glass, Deja looked sulkily to one side, stalling as long as she could before she'd have to make eye contact.
Why does she look so scared staring in like that?
Deja shook her head without answering, as she swiveled back around in her seat. Rolling down the window, she fixed Raina with a flat stare.
Not that I'm winning yet, but we weren't.
Oh, but you were thinking of it.
Past tense.
A likely story.
Even if I tell the truth, she won't believe me.
I can't blame her. This is you we're talking about.
Like, you weren't on board with the idea.
At the accusation, Cameron only looked away, whistling a random tune.
It helps, Raina. My lovely roommate's got too good of a conscience to let us do it.
I don't like underhanded means. Raina examined each of your expressions in turn, before relenting with a sigh. Her shoulders slumped as she relaxed, and she mumbled under her breath.
Fine, I believe you. Or I believe your roommates.
I like the purple in Deja's hair. Raina scoffed, before finally stepping away from the window.
Okay, come on now. You guys aren't just here to have fun after all.
Doors opened and shut, and you lined up next to each other by the van. Raina paced slowly back and forth, her fingers tented in front of her as she eyed you up and down.
What's the status so far?
For starters, we've been waiting for the stuff you're buying, so hopefully you've got everything on the list.
At a heavy price. Cameron lowered their hair solemnly, pressing one hand on their collar as they sighed. You smiled, knowing they were thinking about all those fallen paper towels at the store.
Unless you guys want something extra, we shouldn't be over budget. But anyway, if you can get everything to the backyard, we can finish setting up the tables.
We're on it.
Actually, Deja, I need you to help oversee the other members first.
What? You're going to ask me what to do?
That is part of our job, you know. We're their elected leadership.
They can't fend for themselves.
I know, but I have to go move all the scavenger hunters. Just in case. Then I'll come to relieve you, I promise.
I guess I'll handle the groceries then.
Yes, please. Deja can point you to where everything needs to go.
Can do.
Deja's just like, work? No. Cameron jabbed a button on their key, and they headed to the SUV's rear with Deja. You were about to follow, but Raina put out a hand to stop you.
I've got a different kind of task for you.
Oh?
You're gonna help a friend of mine finish making these damn cupcakes.
Cupcakes? Cupcakes! Sure thing, boss. Ah, so obedient. I love it. Well, now that makes me not want to do it. So here's the deal. These cupcakes were supposed to be finished an hour ago. The guy you're helping knows what he's doing. You might know him for it, actually. Unless you live under a rock. Are we gonna run into, Oh, no, it's not gonna be the same guy? I was like, this is gonna be Bike Guy again, isn't it? Okay. Okay, I'm excited. It's fine if you don't, it's not important. What matters is he's only one person, and I may have hit him with a really tall order. So just... She made a grand but uncertain gesture, waving one arm vaguely towards the house. Help where you can, alright? I mean, wherever you can. The clock's ticking. Is there something I should watch out for specifically? Yeah, I heard you the first time. Relax, Raina, I got it. It's just cupcakes. Well, that's not foreboding at all. It's not! Just, you know, do your best. See, you did it again. Raina sighed, her head tipping to one side as she folded her arms. Sorry, it's just that my friend's sort of finicky. I do believe you'll be alright, but just in case, I've got a couple of notes. 1, he's going to insist he can take care of the cupcakes himself. Don't listen to him. We need to expedite the process. 2, he's a little on the skittish side, like a bunny. Oh no. Oh no. So don't do anything to spook him if you can. Sure, no problem. You say that. You say that, script. But will we listen? Probably not. Okay, then... With a jingle, she pulled a spare house key from her pocket, handing it over with a peppy nod. I leave him in your capable hands. I would have made that into a really awful pun that made people want to die. I probably would have written that as cup capable hands. Once you're done, come find me in the backyard. I'll be around somewhere. It doesn't really work if you can't even goddamn say your own pun though. Cup capable. Thanks a bunch! And like the spring breeze, Rena left in a flurry of pink. You step through the front door, half expecting to find yourself in a life-size version of a pink plastic dollhouse. Surprisingly, the living room was just that, an average living room. Found in any home in the Northeast. Bummer. Maybe you shouldn't have expected much, considering the exterior wasn't doused in baby pink. Back to the job. A sweet, warm aroma led you across the living room and through an archway to the other side into the kitchen. There was someone stooped behind the kitchen island with blonde hair and a green sweater. They bent even farther, leaning down to swap trays of batter in and out of the open oven. That'd have to be Rayna's friend. You doled out a few rhythmic knocks on the wall as you entered, trying not to startle him. Knock knock. The door to the oven snapped shut, and a fresh batch of cupcakes held in one mitted hand, he turned to you, lips parted in a slight surprise. There was a moment of hesitation visible on his face, before it thawed into a genial smile. Oh, he's pretty. Hello, sir. I like that that unbuttoned V there. He's pretty. It was only a couple of words, but you noticed a lilt in his voice. The vowels softly rose and fell, lending him a melody that threaded even the simplest of sentences. A foreign exchange student, maybe? There were plenty of those at Rin Mayer. Hi. That's what I'm supposed to ask you, actually. Rayna sent me over. She said I'm supposed to help you with whatever you need. He nodded once before placing a tray on the stovetop and shaking off the oven mitt.
I see. I'm going to cover it. Thank you.
She said you'd say that. I'm supposed to insist on helping you. But between you and me, I don't really want to be put to work. Hey ho, it's off to work we go. So this is me insisting. What can I do? He raised a brow, as he thought, but after a moment, he nodded a second time.
Well, I put the last match in already, so all that's left is decorating.
Okay. There was barely any space on the counter when you joined him, thanks to the wire racks crowded with rows and rows of cupcakes. A number of them were already frosted, but there were plenty that hadn't yet been decorated. I'm starting to see why Rayna told me to come help.
Waiting for the cupcakes to cool was the most time-consuming part. Done it.
He gestured to a row of piping bags filled with a rainbow of different coloured frostings.
Do you know how to use these?
You didn't, and you let him know as much. You didn't, but you pretended otherwise. Luckily, you did know. I actually do know how to use a piping bag. No worries. I know what to do.
And please, be my guest.
Feel free to appraise my work. Ew. Prepare to be impressed. Stop, you're gonna jinx me. Yeah, I'll save on this one. Well, don't say that. Now you're making me nervous.
Be nervous. Just do your best.
You glanced at the cupcakes that were already finished. Some of the designs were singular flowers made of layered petals. Others were entire bouquets of tiny, clustered blooms, piped with a confident flair that made for a spectacular show of craftsmanship. Since flowers seem to be the theme, you quickly pull aside 3 colors of frosting, and with practiced movements you start piping. Along the way, you switch from white to cream, then a peachy blush. Okay, let's... Feel free to appraise my work.
No holds barred.
I can take the criticism.
We'll see about that.
Prepare to be impressed. Not possible. You will be.
I'm definitely looking forward to this time.
Okay, but don't laugh if it's not up to snuff.
You talk such a big game. I must admit I had my expectations.
Maybe lower them, for my sake. He brushed the back of his curled... What? He brushed the back of his curled fingers out of... over his mouth, doing little to hide the chuckle that escaped him. What did I say about laughing?
Apologies. I didn't know you've been starting that.
Stop, you're gonna jinx me.
Simply an invitation. Go on.
It's a cute laugh. I think that one.
Apologies.
Since flowers seem to be the theme. Okay. With a flourish, she lifted the nozzle one last time, revealing a rose that faded from one color to the next.
I don't know why you were concerned. You did an excellent job. You, carry on then. I'll deal with the finishing touches.
Returning to a rack of half-decorated pieces, he picked up a piping bag and settled in. Wherever his attention turned, leaves and petals unfurled in flicks of effortless color. Bit by bit, He cultivated a garden out of frosting. Vanilla and sugar wafted through the air, making the scene even more convincing. Oh, now I want cupcakes. That's rude. You're really good at this. You handed over a cupcake with a rosette on it, and he tended to it quickly, creating a cluster of wavy-edged leaves. I'd hope so. I've been doing it for a long time. How long are we talking? 10 years, maybe 11? I hope you're getting paid for this at least. Are you? No, but I'm not the one who's been baking cupcakes for a few hours, so... I see. Well, today I'm simply honouring a favour. That's a very big favour to call in. He cracked a wry smile, and you grinned right back, before realising that you'd skipped a crucial step. Ah, before I forget again, I'm Coco, she, her pronouns.
You can call me Jamie.
Something tickled the back of your mind when you heard that. Jamie. Yes? Oh, no, it's just... I can't quite put my finger on it. But your name reminded me of... something. It's an average name. No, there's something like... Then your stomach decided to rumble, and your train of thought screeched to a halt. There was no way Jamie hadn't heard it. But he kept piping, with his eyes demurely lowered, and his mouth shut. You clamped your own mouth shut, and reached for another piping bag. Of course, your stomach grumbled again, even louder this time. Suppose I'm hungrier than I realized. What makes you think that? He reached over to hand you yet another unfrosted cupcake. Have one. Can I really? Isn't this for the party? You didn't wait a single second. Chomp. Aw, no frosting? You made sure to thank him first, before digging in. Can I really? Isn't this for the party? Raina won't count them. Probably. And if she does, she's a nerd. Fair point. Bottoms up. Without further ado, you peeled the wrapper away and took a bite. You didn't waste a single second. The cupcake was light, but decadent, sitting in your tongue with a distinctly floral flavour. It was sweet, of course, but not cloying, something that Jamie seemed to already know, as he blinked expectantly at you. It tastes like a flower. What was the plan? Any other notes? Oh, no frosting? He looked down at the piping bag in your other hand, then back at you. Yeah, fair enough. You quickly piped a strip across your cupcake, then took a bite. Oh. You made sure to thank him first before digging in. Thanks. You're welcome. Like a bun. I do like the imagery. I like it, calling Raina a nerd. That was the plan, yes. Any other notes? You shook your head slowly, concentrating on your next bite. That was a glowing review in and of itself, and Jamie smiled to himself as he turned back to his work. Suddenly, there was a rattling sound, and you leaned to look through the archway into the dining area. Two silhouettes stood at the back door, rattling the handle to no avail. Damn it, it's locked. I told you. Raina said no one's allowed in until the party starts. Dude, I have to piss so bad. You don't have a spare key? No. But if we go find her now, she might walk you in. They're gonna eat the cupcakes, aren't they? My first thought was they're gonna try and steal party snacks before the... Okay. You glanced at Jamie, but he hadn't moved an inch. Should we do something about that? No. There wasn't a shred of hesitation in Jamie's voice. While you looked between him at the door, the silhouettes shrank away from the curtain as the unfortunate volunteers gave up and left. Why not? I don't want people in here. Raina's words from earlier resurfaced, skittish, like a bunny. He didn't strike you as the timid type after talking, but you were starting to wonder if there was something else going on. Still, there were a few things that felt as bad as being unable to find a bathroom in time. On time? What would that volunteer do? Beg Raina to let them in? Drive all the way back to campus? It'd be quick, in and out, simple as that. If you opened the door now, you could still get their attention. There had to be a reason Raina kept the house off limits. You'd keep the door locked. Alright, well, we'll keep the door locked. Very unfortunate for that volunteer. Yeah, I don't mind. If there's certain directions that you'd like to see the playthrough go in, then feel free. I do not mind at all. With a light shrug, you move to pick up another cupcake. Jamie did the same, though he was finished piping an entire flower by the time you got one layer of petals down. He was moving at a clipped pace, his eyes fixed on the work as he let the silence between you stretch on. Something was obviously bothering him, but beyond that hunch, you couldn't quite pick out the details just yet. Not while you were still decorating cupcakes, at least. And it wasn't like you could just turn and stare at him for hints. Stare. You changed the topic a little instead. Better that than to keep working in complete silence. Oh, you're gonna break his concentration. There's nothing worse as someone who doesn't like people talking to them while you're trying to work than someone talking to you while you're trying to work. So, I think almost all the other volunteers here are student government. I'm surprised you're not. Since you only ooh, mad dash to mute the microphone before the sneeze. Let me just do one of these. I'm guessing you're not, since you only said you're doing Reina a favor. That's correct. I'm not either. Deja, the vice president, I'm her roommate, so we came together. Us and... There was that rattle again. From the front door this time. And it was followed by the familiar scrape, then clunk of the lock turning. The party's not starting, is it? Wiping your hands, you walked briskly into the living room, intent on investigating, only to hop aside as the door swung open much faster than expected. Excuse me? Without further ado, a student dashed right past you, disappearing down the hall. A second student leaned through the door to shout after them, still holding a spare keyring. Ooh. Reina said we get 5 minutes, so whoa! They flinched, realizing they were standing next to you, and you put your hands up in an automatic placating gesture. Oh, this was one of their stretch goals, wasn't it? To give these characters sprites. Hi. Hi. Wait, how'd you get in here? So did Reina give you a spare key? You changed the subject on a near hairpin turn, looking in the direction where the other student had gone. Uh-huh. Well, as long as I'm waiting for my friend, I'm gonna sit. The front door clicked shut behind them, and while you quietly reached out to relock it, they moved across the living room, only to glance into the kitchen and pause, perking up with evident glee. Fair enough. Yo, cupcakes! Did you do all this? Allocating things like sprites for side characters is such a difficult choice. You wanna give every character you can think up a sprite, but then you have to factor in the budget and the time to actually do so, and while you can often find the budget, there's a lot of things that I have found budget for from either my own Kickstarter or from income that I've gotten from Patreon or freelance work, because I do a lot of freelance work in order to, like, you know, supplement my budget and, you know, keep the lights on. But, like, especially with the Australian dollar being so shit, and I pay everything in USD. But time is something that you can't make more of. There are like 3 or 4 extra sprites that I would like love to be able to put in the in-between, and it's just not going to be possible. No, I just started helping with the decorations. Yeah? Who made them then? I get the impression that he's not going to want to be called out to. Yeah. If he's someone that's so recognizable, he seems like some sort of like cupcake celebrity or something. Baking maestro? You didn't mention Jamie. If they hadn't spotted Jamie yet, it meant he'd left the counter where the cupcakes were. You cast your answer in a little lie of admission, walking closer. Someone who owed Raynar a favor. Haha, that's why we're all here, am I right? They chuckled conspiratorially, and before you could get around them, they stepped into the kitchen. How long have you... Whoa, wait, Jamie? Jamie Oliver? Food chef man? There was a half-decorated cupcake left on the kitchen island, as well as a piping bag. Jamie was standing in the dining area, far enough away that it was clear he'd tried to stay out of sight. Hello. I didn't know you were here. Oh, but this makes sense. Geez, this is a ton of cupcakes. And why are you here? Oh, we had to use the restroom. Well, not me, my friend. Right on cue. Footsteps came back from elsewhere in the house. Jamie stepped back towards the counter. His shoulders sloped downwards, and the volunteer next to you raised their voice. Hey, in here! You're not gonna believe this. What? Why are you... Oh, hi Jamie. Cupcake celebrity. Everyone knows this guy. The first student peeked into the kitchen, then scampered in with a wide smile. Their eyes were instantly glued to Jamie, to the point that they almost pushed by you on their way in. If these two had their way, they'd be behind the kitchen island in a second, cooing over the finished cupcakes. But two steps in, Jamie put a hand up, his expression polite but distant. Please stay that side of the kitchen. I'm still working on these. My experience at working events with actual celebrities is making my skin itch in this situation, because I wanna do the I wanna be the bouncer. Like everything in me is saying you need to stand between this guy and these volunteers and make them leave. Like, shoo them away. He doesn't want them there. They're not supposed to be there. Make them leave. It's just making my skin prickle. Cause like I work several things at like conventions, so, and sometimes I'm a guest handler, so like part of our job is to like, you know, stop things like this from happening. You've been in here making cupcakes the whole time? Man, if we told people it was Jamie in the kitchen, our guest list would have exploded. What? Oh, these... Go away! Go away! You are not welcome here. As they spoke, the second student... I would be also... like, tattling to Raina. Like, never invite these people back. They're annoying. And no boundaries. As they spoke, the second student reached out. And Jamie smoothly plucked the half-decorated cupcake off the island counter before they could touch it. He picked up the piping bag with his other hand, finishing the rosette on top instead of applying. It didn't help much. If anything, it gave the volunteers something else to talk about. Oh my god! This is what you get when you let someone pee. I swear these look almost too good to eat. Almost. But really, you could have asked Raina for help. What am I? This is so much to handle all by yourself. I'm like, right there, helping. It wasn't difficult, a little time consuming. Jamie's sentences were oddly short and quiet, but the low volume of his words seemed to encourage the two to crowd a little closer. Ooh, just... Come on, you make it look easy, that's all. I know I couldn't do this much detail. The last time I had to decorate cupcakes, I just spread frosting with a knife. Ha! Their giggle twirled and pitched into a higher octave. Oh, they're flirting. Just as the oven timer went off, Jamie reached to turn it off. They're gonna steal a cupcake while he's let down, isn't he? Picking up an oven mitt and closing the door. I'm an extremely passive person until something like this happens, and then I'm just like, you need to fuck off. Work me and casual me are completely different personalities. Are you sure you're not in the food science program? I mean, I know if there was a pastry degree or something, you'd be in it. More like teaching it. Jamie Porter on the faculty? The school would be swimming in tuition fees. And they laughed, bumping each other's shoulders with easy, raucous humor. That's a word I can't say. You shuffled to one side to keep from getting jostled. When what they'd said replayed in your mind, Jamie Porter. What was it that Raina had said? You'd know him unless you lived under a rock? Sometimes the text box actually changes size depending on how much text is in it. And I think that is a really neat detail. Ooh. You knew what the campus rumors said, of course. Somehow, you'd gone almost 2 full years without seeing the man yourself. At least I think it does. You'd heard things here and there about a certain transfer student whose smiles charmed anyone at a single glance. Yeah, see? It does. I was like, wait, am I crazy? His good looks, effortless grades, and princely manners made him a shoo-in for the position of campus boyfriend. People loved to talk about him, no matter what program or year they were in. And you'd been decorating cupcakes with him, completely unaware until the final clue fell into place. But seriously, what do I have to do to get a cupcake early? Nothing! Absolutely nothing! Jamie shook his head, placing the last freshly baked cupcake onto an empty rack. Automatically, he picked up a cooled one, piping a half rose as he spoke. They're not finished. Well, not all of them, but what about that one? They leaned forward, lifting a hand to either point at the cupcake in Jamie's hand or reach out for it outright. Jamie stepped back, and they pulled their hand away, sucking in a breath that turned into a sly chuckle. Yo, just kidding. I see how hard you're working on that one, huh? Got any rejects lying around? I'd be pretty surprised if there were. Yeah, good point. Like Jamie Porter ever messes anything up. Oh, these people are just so annoying. The atmosphere in the kitchen had chilled since the volunteers had come in. You are overstaying your welcome. But neither of them seemed to notice. Time limit is up, not friends. Be gone. Glancing at Jamie, you noticed he was studiously avoiding eye contact with everyone in the room. You included. You want... Oh. Oh. Ah! A thing! A thing is happening! Your stats. Your choices in keyframes can impact your main stats, but they are divided into 4 categories. Here are some examples of how they manifest. Confidence, guts, impulse, bravery, charisma, wit, charm, creativity, compassion, patience, consideration, composure, poise, restraint, balance. You can always check your current stats by clicking on the information button. Some interactions may involve hidden stat checks. And success or failure will impact the story. Every time one of these things pop up, I'm just once again impressed at and frightened of the amount of coding and variable writing that would have gone into this. It is very intimidating. Passing a charm check could let you pull off a flirty joke, but failing could cause a fumble instead. But don't worry, Keyframes isn't a pure stat raising game, and our checks are mostly for flavor. Try not to stress. I do appreciate that. Stat games sound fun until you're having to until you're having to focus on having the correct stats over just enjoying the story. Okay, let's do a save here and see. This was getting ridiculous. Time to tattle on these volunteers to Deja. There was a tactful if that first option, yeah, I just saved. That first option though, you have, unless you've got Raina's number, you're gonna have to leave him with them. There was a tactful way to address this. Maybe they were overwhelmed by the jobs they were given. Good. Be overwhelmed. Leave instead. Okay, enough was enough. You can call her, okay. These volunteers had to go. and you'd send them on their way. Were they really that tone deaf? You let them know you were making Jamie uncomfortable. I want to know, like, I'm leaning towards this third one, but let's see what they all say. I did save that, didn't I? Yes. Time to tattle. You pulled your phone out, opening your contact lists and tapping the name pinned at the top. The call rang twice before going through, and you turned away to avoid eye contact. What's up? Oh, hey Deja. The kitchen went quiet behind you as soon as you said your roommate's name. Hi, why'd you call? No, we have enough cupcakes. How big was the guest list again? Hello, what are you talking about? Wait, that soon? No, we have to wait for the last batch to cool, and we still have to decorate. There was a bated silence on the other end, and you pretended to listen, turning back with a doubtful expression on your face. I'm guessing you want me to play along. You're in the kitchen helping out. What's wrong? Oh, well, we've got some volunteers in here asking if they can eat early. It's not like... Put me on speaker. You shrugged, ignoring any dwindling protests as you tapped the speaker button. Turning the rest of the way, you held your phone up, making sure to look directly at the volunteers as you did. It'd be a real shame if I checked on all my volunteers right now. If I found anyone missing... Bye-bye! Turned tail and ran! Fuck you! Yeah. You run away. Wordlessly, the two volunteers sprinted out of the kitchen, fleeing through the back door and leaving it swinging carelessly behind them. They didn't even close the door properly. Wait, wasn't the back door locked? You're here because you're SG. What the hell's gotten into... You can stop now. Aw, already? I was having fun. Yep. I'll give you a tip. They ran out the back. Oh, I'll collect them in a minute. But they just said that they went out the back though. Wait. I'm pretty I guess it could be one of those, like, you can open the door even if it's not locked from the inside but not the outside. Sorry, I keep... My attention ends up all over the place, because I have my phone next to me, because I still have to make sure that I can be available when if there's something that I need to respond to. Okay. Yeah, they came in through the front door, but it seems like they ran out through the back. Yeah. Gonna have to go back and lock all the doors. No, I like that. The mad rush of trying to get out and getting stuck at the door. Oh, I'll collect them in a minute. I want to see if they pretend they've been working this whole time. Diabolical. Thank you, Rumi. Anytime. I'm gonna let you go now before it's Reynar's turn to scold us. The call ended, and Jamie quirked a small smile in your direction as you moved back to the counter. I suppose that was inevitable. Ah, well, we survived in the end. Okay, this line feels like it's going to be a convergence line. That was fun. I liked that one. I really don't care if their jobs are overwhelming them. How overwhelming could you get with party planning as a volunteer for a barbecue? Let's see. Failed compassion I have zero compassion for them. So it's not wrong. Man, I'd love to stay indoors until the party started. The weather's not bad, but, you know. They shrugged, casting a conspiratorial glance at you and the other volunteer. Can't beat air conditioning and a whole bunch of cupcakes, huh? People like this just shit me. Oh, it's not that bad out there, is it? Your quiet drawl drew the volunteers' attention to you, and as they turned, you folded your arms and you leaned back against the wall. Excuse me? I'm just saying. Reynar said everyone was working in the backyard. I'm guessing that excludes you two now. That got them bristling. The student who'd needed the restroom scoffed lightly, their eyes flicking up and down your frame. Oh, and what are you doing in here? Volunteering. The difference is I'm in here because Reynar asked me to, but not because I'm stalling on my assignment. Hey, we have permission to be in here too. Who's gonna know if we take a little break?
Raina will. Likely she already does.
You'd never been looked at with polite disapproval, but that was exactly what Jamie's eyes conveyed when his eyes skimmed across the three of you. I have dealt with people like this before, and it's giving me flashbacks. I wasn't nice to them then, and I am tired. I tire quickly of them now. The effect was instant. The volunteers balked. Any thought of further argument wilting. Well, sorry. Yeah, We'll catch you later. No problem. He doesn't like you fighting. With that, they skulked for the door, one of them sneaking a sour glance your way as they went. Yes. In the wake of their departure, Jamie let out a slow, calm breath. I suppose that was inevitable. Okay. Yeah, I didn't notice that anything showed up in the top for the first option. The correct one, okay. So, and the correct one changes based on your stats? Okay, I have no riz. Absolutely no riz. Our personality. All composure. Rizless. Okay, enough was enough. These volunteers had to go, and you'd send them on their way. Oh, this is a confidence check. Hey, how many cupcakes are on that rack? You broke abruptly into the conversation, waiting for one of the volunteers to look at you before jerking your chin towards the counter. What? Just count them. Like 20, maybe? Let's say 24. And how many racks are there? You're gonna make him do math. That's a cruel punishment. Watching them glance across the wire racks lined up on the counter, you clicked your tongue, crossing your arms and shifting your weight. Multiply those together and you see the problem? Can either of you decorate 4 cupcakes in a minute? Don't answer. You said earlier you couldn't. The other student opened their mouth, but you bulled onwards, your voice an unimpressed drawl. So really, it looks like you have work to be doing elsewhere, if you don't mind. What's your problem?
You are my problem!
What are you, a shitty math teacher? Just say you want us to get out already.
I'm pretty sure I just did.
If you don't mind, I need to keep working.
It was Jamie's turn to interrupt. He slid a rack of cupcakes onto the kitchen island, pointedly keeping them out of the volunteers' reach. And when he looked up at the three of you... An unwelcome feeling of awkwardness crawled down your spine. Oh, it's no bother. You can...
I'm afraid it's more crowded than I prefer.
No, it's no bother. Yeah, that's fine for you to say. You are the bother.
Alright, fine.
He left it at that, his level stare saying the rest. Reluctantly, the 2 volunteers trailed through the dining area, glancing over their shoulder at Jamie every few steps, as if he'd changed his mind. Git! So, we'll catch you later then. No, you will not. See you at the party. Nope. Does he seem like he's going to actually attend? I love the way they keep turning. Finally, the back door shut behind them and the kitchen was quiet. Okay. Okay. This last one I think feels like the least appealing because it puts him directly on the spot. Were they really that tone deaf? You let them know they were making Jamie uncomfortable. You're about to make Jamie uncomfortable. Failed... Oh yeah. Failed charisma check. Before you even said anything, one of the volunteers caught you in the corner of their eye and turned to look more closely at you. What? Do I have something in my hair? No, you're a nuisance. Why are they staring? I bet they're jealous. I can tell you, I cannot express how much I am not jealous. Oh, begone! Their friend jumped onto the bandwagon at once, eyeing you up and down with a condescending glint in their expression. You bristled on instinct, and the first student snorted. Nah, maybe they're hungry, like me. You want a cupcake too? Yeah, maybe your blood sugar's down. This was a rare thing for you, hesitating, especially when others were trying to get under your skin. Somehow, the rapid-fire pace of their snide jokes knocked you just a little off balance, and it took longer than usual to reply. Nah, what I'd like is for the two of you to get out and go back to your actual volunteer work. Oh yeah? And who are you anyway? You're not on the board, that's for sure.
That's quite enough. If you're going to argue, please do it outside.
It was Jamie's turn to interrupt. It was wrong to say he'd been content to work in the background. No. When he looked at the three of you, an unwelcome shiver of regret crawled down your spine. At least the others felt it too. Suddenly the other students were perfectly eager to be on their way. And they walked backwards out of the kitchen, gesturing and waving. It won't even let me uncensor it. I don't know what it was. What is S.H.I.E.L.D. doing? How is... Usually when it like censors something, it will let me actually show what was said, but it's not. It's just completely gone. How strange. Let's see, what is auto mod doing? Well, I'll have to look at that later. I have no idea where I picked that word. Well, I wouldn't say we were arguing, but we'll let you do your thing. You're arguing right now. Yeah, come talk to us later, when the party poop is gone. Oh, there is violence in my blood. The door shut behind them, the sound not quite masking the fact that they were laughing as they left. Okay. Well, maybe they'll get hit by lightning later. Okay, so we'll come back through this again. Yes. They are the poop. It's kind of funny, a little... yeah, I don't want to go too far. Like that, you can stop now. Aww. I wanted to catch them. The call ended, and Jamie quirked a small smile in your direction as you moved back to the counter. I suppose that was inevitable. Well, we survived in the end. All things considered, it hadn't been that bad. No, it was bad. Quite maddening, in fact. Oh, did I just click without even thinking about... where was that? Logs over there. It'd take more than an unwelcome distraction to rattle you. And so you only leveled Jamie with an expectant look, holding your hand out for another cupcake. You good? After a pause, he slid an entire rack of blank cupcakes towards you, then handed you the closest one. In any case, I do appreciate you trying to help. You're welcome. He reached over, dotting 3 simple leaves onto the edge of your cupcake in a second gesture of thanks. We love a domestic man. Jamie stepped away for a moment, checking whether the final batch of cupcakes was still warm. You stayed to the side, finding a steady rhythm and piping some flowers in quick, careful succession. You glanced at him once or twice as you worked, noting the way he angled his face away from you. Now that he knew you knew who he was, there was a wariness in his posture that hadn't been there before. Aw, those jerks ruined everything. Ugh. Ugh. That's all I have to say about them. He was Jamie Porter, after all. And you'd gone to some lengths to clear the other volunteers out of the house. If there was a time for you to go all starry-eyed on him, it'd be now. I'm sorry. We'd be part of the solution and then turn into the problem? He didn't want others finding him in the house for that very simple reason, and thinking back, Reina's hesitation... Oh, I see. It's... fucking hell. I am so used to history being down in this corner down here, but it's information and history's over here. You'd gone to some lengths to clear out the other volunteers. Okay, I see. It's his... what you're thinking his perspective is. I understand that. Okay. He didn't want others finding him in the house for that very simple reason, and thinking back, Rena's hesitation when she'd sent you here made complete sense. How many are left on your side? He asked you a throwaway question, and you glanced away to count the cupcakes within reach. Even if you were trying to keep your cool, the musical lilt to his voice was hard to ignore. Fewer than 10 left. Not too bad. It does go surprisingly quickly, provided there are no distractions. When he looked at you, he had a small smile on. The same polite, peached crescent that he'd greeted you with when you first met him. It didn't look like there were any hard feelings about everything that happened, at least on the surface. Maybe he did maybe he did wait for you to finish more cupcakes on your side before he reached over to start adding any details, but he did add them. For all intents and purposes, you had your workflow back. The number of undecorated cupcakes dwindled steadily, and you even tried your hand at a few leaves and vines, once you felt up to it. Eventually Jamie tapped his finger on the counter, breaking your focus. Okay, the last batch needs another 10 to 15 minutes to cool, so you can finish up, then go back to Renard. You sure? I can stick around. It's fine. You can tell Renard will be finished in time. You couldn't really hold it against him. If he wanted some time to himself, it was as good as time as any to get back to the others. Then I'll go tell her now. Then I'll go let her know. Thanks for helping me help you. Of course.
Ugh, it is so hot in this room.
You left through the back door, making sure to lock it behind you. Immediately, you were hit by a wave of sound. Chatter and clatter in equal measures, as students hustled back and forth across the lawn. Jeez. You knew Renard went hard on the school-sanctioned events, but you didn't think she'd go this far for a trial run. And speaking of, skirting around groups of other students, you looked high and low, circling around the most crowded parts of the yard. Towards the back, the property transitioned into the riverbank, and it was there that you spotted Renard, standing under... Stepping out and suddenly you're a vampire. The light! Blinded by the light. And it was there that you spotted Renard, standing under a grand willow tree with her hand to her chin. Prime time for a little prank? No. You tiptoed over, watching for twigs and stones in the grass as you went. Renard was staring contemplatively over the water, and as you got just close enough,
How do you want to do this?
Alright, Matthew Mercer. You puffed breath on the back of her neck. You whispered in her ear. You shrieked as loudly as you could.
Boo.
She visibly shivered, whirling with a hand clapped to her ear as she held in a screech. The fuck? Hey, first of all, never do that again, or take me to brunch first. I'll think about it. Okay, so how'd everything go? There she was. Time to check in. Coco, my dear. She looked over her shoulder, her signature smile blooming on her lips as she spun on the balls of her feet. I love people swearing in like in another language or like their native. I think it's just it's such a it's such a return to basics kind of thing. Like it's just so funny. There are not words enough in a second language to express your outrage. Is there? So, how'd everything go? Rena regarded you with a... Oh, that makes sense. Regarded you with a concerned tilt of her head, her smile cooling a little. I heard there was an interruption, maybe? Yeah, but it was pretty quick. I get why you were worried, though. Uh-huh. Anyway, your friend said he'd definitely be done on time, and that's why I'm back. You were careful not to state said friend's name out loud. Rena arched an eyebrow, and an annoying glint entered her eye as she held her hand out for you to return her spare key. Mm-hmm. And how'd you get along with that friend of mine? Well... He's not mean. These sound like funny options. The rumors were right. The man was unfairly hot, and you were thankful for it. It had been easy to see why Jamie was the object of so many people's affections. A pretty face, a vague inkling of him being someone that you couldn't have. The effect altogether was alluring, as well as maddeningly effortless. I could get along better with him, if you know what I mean. Huh? I'm just saying. I get it. He's got everyone on campus making goo-goo eyes for a reason. Well, you were gone a while, so I'll trust you're the reason he'll do just fine. Thanks! Oh. So what? So slip back into administration mode. Okay, let's see. What else do we have here? Whatever the rumor said, he'd been kind of cold. Mean, even. I disagree wholeheartedly. He wasn't... I mean, everyone says he's got that fairy tale prince thing going on, but I don't really see it. Yeah? He was kind of... avoidant, wouldn't you be? If I hadn't said something, things might have gotten even more awkward. You might be right. I wouldn't hold it against him. He tries to be nice, and then things like this happen to him. Well, you were gone a while. I'll trust you're the reason he'll do just fine. I think he's the reason he'll do just fine, to be honest. Rena had put it best. He was skittish, and for good reason. At first, I didn't get why he wanted to keep the door shut, but then... yeah. You know, that kind of thing, people getting in his space, happens to him a lot. He's developed a kind of sixth sense for avoiding it. Yeah, I do like that. That was always one thing that bothered me in, like, have you ever played Mystic Messenger? When you're on the when you're on your idle route and you just behave like an absolute buffoon, and some reason he likes it despite hating it from everyone else. It's like, okay, this is a little weird. Real-time coded things are ass. I do not approve. I spent actual money on that game just to get the hourglasses so that I could just binge content and not have to worry about the actual timing of things. Spent a lot of money on that game. Which is weird for me because I don't really play mobile games, and I'm not the biggest fan of like the kind of chat sim kind of games. I like some, but there's also a bit of a delay on the stream as well. So by the time you hear it, it's moved on a little bit. Trust you, the reason you do just fine. Let's see. What was that option that we just chose? Skittish. You were a little relieved and a little bemused by how normal he'd been. For everything that I'd heard about him, he's kind of just a guy? In an okay way? I mean, I don't really know why people make a fuss. He was just, you know, making flowers, being him, seemed fine. I see. He's just a little guy. You helped him because Rena asked you to, and you didn't really care for his company past that. Oh, wow. Jeez. Alright, I guess. I don't know what his deal is. I don't really want to know either. Fair enough. Just like that. Bye. Yeah. That surprises people sometimes, though. Like, celebrity or any kind of you know, persona or celebrity kind of persona. People have an idea of who they are, and a lot of what you see as well is a persona. So who they are when they're like being perceived is completely different a lot of the times than who they are when no one can see them. And then you've got the kind of parasocial thing that happens as well, is that because someone knows you, they have a completely different idea of that connection than what you do with them. And it's an interesting thing to navigate from all sides there. Fandom, like any kind of fandom, can be wild. Is this top one the romance check one? Yes? Okay. Actually, who are the love interests? Let me have a look at the Kickstarter, which has 62 hours left to go. Who are they? They are Bike Boy, Cupcake Boy, and someone we haven't met yet. Okay. Trio. She's like, huh? Raina clapped her hands together softly. Her hands softly together, bobbing on her feet as she slipped back into administration mode. There's one more thing. Cam's getting the food started, so can you join them and help man the grills for a while? The grills? Suddenly, Raina's smile looked a lot more nefarious. You do know about... I do. I'm of the opinion they deserve as many chances to improve as it takes. Raina. And besides, I'll be sending you to look after them, right? Is our buddy Cam about to have no eyebrows? You're an enabler. Always. Now go before they burn something. You were off like a shot, zipping between tables and students while trying to keep a calm face. Cameron wasn't a bad cook at all. The problem was they'd be working near an open flame, and you wouldn't go as far. So you wouldn't go so far as to say they were a pyromaniac, but, well, they tended to call fires pretty, and they had a fondness for staring right into them. Alright, Charmander. You could smell coals catching. Oh no. Skidding onto the scene, you whipped an accusatory finger up to point at a certain ill-assigned grillmaster. Cameron, no! Cameron yelped, spinning around with their hands and a pair of tongs held towards the sky. Coco, I was just... You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you during our next apartment meeting. Bruh, I haven't even started grilling yet. You're still in violation of the Magna Carta by being within 5 feet of an open flame. Aww, you don't have to invoke that, do you? The grill covers the fire, so... They deflated with a dramatic sigh, peeking at you with furtive hope. You, Deja, and Cam had a number of binding agreements between you. Thanks to various incidents over the past 2 years, the Magna Carta was one of the more serious ones. That didn't mean there wasn't room for leniency, of course. You just had to make sure it was safe leniency. Well, the good news is, Raina sent me to... Have I changed how I'm saying her name? Just promise to take this seriously. Cam's eyes sparkled, and they pressed a curled fist to their chest, nodded, and turned to find you an apron. You were officially on the line, with trusty Cameron as your head chef. And we're off. Fire at Will! Just kidding. What has Will ever done that so many people fire at him? Kebabs and burger patties hit the grates with a chorus of happy hisses, and Cameron clicked their tongues gleefully. You've got to, right? It's like legally binding that if you're using tongs, you've got to click click to make sure they work. like a little crab. Click, click. The air quickly filled with the smell of cooking meat, and volunteers all over the yard started to perk up. Have a pigeon brain. As soon as something leaves my mouth, I have forgotten I've said it. Food hitting the grill, of course, meant that prep time was winding down, and the party would be starting soon. The end was within sight, or within scent. It's an incentive to come and grab food. Now we're at a barbecue. Coco, grab that tray. Yep, yep. Oh, yep, yep, yep. Poor ducky. With your own pair of tongs, you pile skewers and patties in rows, swapping out trays as you needed. Cameron flipped a fresh batch on right afterwards, and working together, you had the first of several buffet tables stocked in no time. Then came the vegetarian options. The mixed skewers, the hot dogs, the buns, tray by tray, stack by stack. Were they on different grills? You worked in tandem, trading easy jokes and laughs under the cheerful spring sun. Ahem, ahem. It's time, people. We're gonna have guests arriving soon. The squeak of a megaphone drew your eyes to where Raina stood, waving one hand overhead as she waited for everyone to turn her way. She wore a wide, brave smile, and the crowd naturally hushed as the student government waited for its president to speak. I appreciate you all being here, and I have no doubt this is going to be a great event. Let's keep our heads in the game, but let's also have fun, okay? Now, on 3, we all scream, "Let's go chickadees!" 1, 2, let's go chickadees! Why chickadees? And the party was on. The volunteers dispersed with loud cheers, and music started to play from speakers set up on the lawn. There was an answering cheer from outside, and the first guests came through the gates in droves. Welcome, everyone. I know I asked you to come hungry, but give our crew a little more time, and that way we'll have something ready for everyone. Dance, play, run, have fun. Go on. Rena's voice blared through the megaphone once more. Oh. Rena's voice blared through the megaphone once more, effortlessly steering all the new arrivals away and saving you and Cameron from an untimely, ignoble end. You glanced at each other with rueful grins, but before you could pick up the next tray, the RGB Prez herself popped up right next to you. Hello, my little helpers. In a flash, she held both set of tongs in her hands, clicking them as she nudged you both aside. Thanks for all your hard work. I'll take over from here. We're free? Mm-hmm. Thanks to Coco, who reduced your sentence by keeping you all honest. She winked waving dismissively as you and Cameron set aside your set about untying your aprons. Thea should be around the fire pit if you're looking for her. Go play, frolic, so forth. Frolic? Under the sea. It's a large backyard. Do what your heart desires. Now begone. With a final wave of her scepter, tongs, Raina turned back to the grill. Newly dismissed, you and Cameron hustled towards the riverbank, circling around the crowds until you reached an area strewn with lawn chairs. Deja was right at the center, lounging with her bare feet kicked up on the edge of the unlit fire pit. D! Brace for impact. You barely raised your voice, but Cam wasn't exactly subtle, as they scampered over with a wicked giggle. Cam, don't you dare! Deja's warning fell on gleefully deaf ears, and Cameron skidded onto their knees and flopped over her legs. She set about ruffling their hair for revenge, smiling dryly as you walked up. I see you're both free at last. While you claimed the second lawn chair, Deja lowered her head, a faint frown crossing her face. Cameron, why do you smell like smoke? Because I was cooking? She raised a single eyebrow, and Cameron sat up to pass the buck, scrambling away to perch on your armrest with a mischievous laugh. Coco was supervising. The fire was very pretty. I'm kidding. Irina put us both on grill duty for a bit. You should have seen the folks prepping the food earlier. They were putting skewers together so fast I thought I was seeing double. Were they working outside? Pretty much. I heard someone saying they weren't allowed in the kitchen, so yeah. What were you up to? I was indoors, decorating cupcakes. What? That sounds like more fun than work. Not necessarily. I'm going to guess it was an unholy amount of cupcakes. Something like that. The impulse flickered briefly into your head to reveal who you'd been helping. But before you could raise the point, Cameron stretched out on the grass with a cozy sigh. Whew, well, we finally get a little downtime. Deja, how about you? Your roommate grimaced gently, gesturing down at where her heels lay abandoned under her chair. After I was done delegating, Naya asked me to bring care packages to her neighbors to apologize for all the party noise. Man, when Raina plans a party, she plans to kill. Tell me about it. Had to make so many trips back and forth. Hey, check it out, 10 o'clock. Guess which one's a significant character? You glance casually to one side, spotting it's like when there's like an anime scene and one person has brightly colored hair and all the rest have just got normal like brown or black hair. And it's like, oops, spot the MC. You glance casually to one side, spotting two people setting up a volleyball net on the riverbank. Nearby, a third person stacked spare cases of drinks, establishing the corners of a makeshift court. I hate to say it, but that looks like a safety issue. They're all adults. Besides, looks like they know what they're doing. You just OSHA them? Oh, that's the OSHA. Occupational Health and Safety. As Deja waved her hand lazily, one of the strangers spun a volleyball in their hands, laughing at something their friends were saying. It certainly did look like they were in their element. Why haven't we ever played volleyball? Huh, that was a joke, right? I'm going to assume that was a joke. When I was a kid, I used to absolutely love that dumbass Dead or Alive volleyball game. My best friend and I used to play it on Xbox together. We were really bad at it. And it was probably not a rating that we should have been playing at the age that we were playing it. Deja's easygoing smile chilled, and you smothered a small chuckle. Did you forget who you're hanging out with? Deja doesn't do sports. I watch sports anime, and largely detest real sports. Empathetically, for multiple reasons. Cameron shrugged, absent-mindedly ripping up a handful of grass to fiddle with. Come on, volleyball's fun. What's so fun about it? All sports are the same. You run around, you sweat, you go home. I feel that. It's way more than that. For one thing, the players are in different positions, aren't they, in every sport? And everyone's got their own strengths. That's every sport. So you have to build a team first, and then you're down to things like, okay, are you a quick tempo team, or are you built around your libero? Around your what? Around your short, shouty guy with red hair. And then if you're an aggressive team, what happens if your rivals are aggressive? Everything I know about volleyball, I know because of Haikyuu. Or what if they're really defensive? Then you've got to adjust on the fly. And the whole time, you've got to keep the ball moving. Like, boom, and blam, and swoop! Cameron, where's this coming from? How come you know so much about volleyball now? Anime. Same, bro, same. Cameron, that's anime. In real life, I'm gonna sit in the shade and I'm gonna relax. It wouldn't kill you to get your heart rate up a little, D. You laugh softly to dispel the rising tension. And Deja gave you a sharp look before her expression softened to something calmer. Cameron had caught on as well, and they eased off the pressure, turning to you instead with a rueful shrug. Wait, have you actually played before? I haven't. I have not played. No. Dang, maybe we could try it out sometime. I mean, not today. Probably not, man. Probably not. Maybe fate was listening though, since in the next instant, you heard rapid footfalls on soft grass. Running up to you was one of the volleyball players. The one who had the ball.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey. I like the little ears on his hat. Very cute. There's another frog. Is this gonna be like a count the frogs kind of game? Something that unintentionally happened with the in-between was there are cats like drawn into the backgrounds that I didn't say to do, but because the inn is a cat shrine, my background artist has like hidden like little cat imageries in just about every single background, and even I don't know how many there are. I thought about making it some sort of like game on release, like, you know, oh, if anyone can correctly tell me how many cats there are, you win a prize. But even I don't know the answer to it. It's like one of those, how many jelly beans are in this jar? With a stranger in the mix, Cameron immediately clammed up. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice them slipping down to sit awkwardly on their hands. Shredded grass and all. Oh. What a bean. You and Deja settled smoothly into your respective roles without missing a beat.
Fine. Was there something you needed?
We're fine. Was there something you needed? He stuck a hand out, and you took it for a brief shake. Coco, she, her pronouns, that's Deja.
She heard a bang.
And this is Cameron, they, them. Cameron meekly nodded, not quite making eye contact as they mustered a small smile.
Nice to meet you all. Sorry.
Ilio jabbed a thumb over his shoulder, pointing to the volleyball court with a bright grin.
My buddies and I are gearing up for a game. And, well, 2-1 isn't exactly a good match. Any chance you three will play? Just for fun. No points. Unless you want.
At the glint in his eye, you had half a feeling he actually preferred to play for points, no matter what he said. No. Suddenly, he's changed his mind. Oh, they've changed their mind, sorry. Here was Cameron's golden opportunity, practically falling into your laps. But when you looked at them, Cam was staring down at their legs, looking a little shaky. Tell you what, give us a quick minute to decide.
No problem. You notify me.
Cam jogged back to his friends, and at your beckoning, Dee helped you nudge Cameron up and towards the big willow tree, its trailing branches giving you some privacy from the rest of the party. Cam, weren't you just saying you wanted to play? Never mind, I changed my mind. Hands fisted in the hem of their hoodie, Cam kept staring straight down at their feet, all traces of earlier excitement snuffed completely out. Cam, if this is because... No, I know you don't like sports. Forget I said anything. I got carried away. I don't. It's fine. We can sit. I don't want to play. You and Deja exchanged silent looks. It was never easy seeing Cameron freeze up like this. They were an effervescent, sincere person, always ready to have fun, but they were also a huge wallflower whose anxiety often forced them to stay on the sidelines at larger events. It was, unfortunately, very easy to guess that they were mentally kicking themselves for backing down. This time, when you looked at Deja, you tilted your head, looking dryly between her and Cam. Well, it's a party. Better Raina's backyard than an actual gym. The fact that she was even considering it was a major concession, but one you knew she'd be willing to make. She was a strong-willed person, and you loved her for it, but Deja was never one to crush a friend's wishes outright. The problem was that this particular wish involved physical exertion, which Deja loathed with perfect simplicity. Cameron was already backtracking, and so, as a friend to them both, you merely had to contribute a little change of perspective. How about this? What are the odds we play volleyball today? Deja paused, tilting her head with a thoughtful sound. More importantly, Cameron paused too, and they actually picked up at you, starting to look cautiously interested. 3? 3? Man. Could be worse, at least it's not 2. A 33% chance is still 33 more than I'd prefer, but... She shrugged gracefully, shedding her veneer of hesitation and sliding her hair back over one shoulder. Them's the rules. Them's the rules. Them's the rules. Whew. Though we've given you the option to play through... Though we've given you the option to play through Keyframes events as reluctantly as you wish, sometimes you have to step out of your comfort zone and enjoy what life has to offer. What are the odds is a game you, Deja, and Cam play in the name of trying new things. Based on results of this mini-game, your character may participate in a follow-up event. For example, during the barbecue, your character asked Cam to play What Are the Odds? To determine if the trio should play volleyball. Heads up, we've rigged that moment as an example, but when it's your turn to be prompted, we won't rig the results we promise. There are 2 ways for Wato to start. You prompt someone to play. A character prompts you. The prompter asks, what are the odds of an action that they want to see the prompted do? The prompted gives a number between 1 and 10. The higher the number, the lower the chances. The 2 count down and then say a number between 1 and the response. If they choose the same number, the prompted has to do what was asked of them. If they didn't, then nothing happens. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so Cam, it's you and me. Ready? In 3, 2, 1. Please type in a number from 1 to 3. Please enter when you're done. Two. Wow. That is so cool. That is so cool. Man, every now and then another dev does something with their program and then I'm just like, how did you even think of that? That is... Every time I play someone else's game, I'm just left with the sheer, wow, everyone else is so much smarter than I am. Man, and the like the UI and everything changed as well. That's so cool. Well, well. Oh, nice. Before they could help themselves, they hopped, finding some of that excitement from earlier as they let out a laugh unbidden. To the side, Deja smiled and shook her head. It was impossible to be upset if they were going to be this endearing about it. I was saying the other day as well for Mirage One that sometimes I just really want to break into other devs' games and look just want to look at your code, how have you done that? The dev side of my brain, the programmer side of my brain, is a little bit of a gremlin. For the record, you don't have to back down when it comes to us. I know. I just didn't want to push you. It's not fun if I'm the only one who wants to be there. Ren'Py itself is at a base level is very easy because most of it is show, hide, scene, and then your declarations of image equals name and then path. It can get as complex as you can do. The more you implement functions and more Python code. But at its base, Ren'Py is actually very easy to learn. And it comes with a full tutorial as well. When I started making the in-between, it was literally to learn how to use, learn how to make a game. It wasn't meant to be an actual, full game. But to make something that, I could properly learn things, I needed a script, so I wrote one. I needed assets and art, so I started designing and commissioning things. And then as I kept going, I was like, oh, I'm actually just making a game here. This isn't just learning, this is actually making a game. And I put the demo together in a couple of months, and then I had to quit my job because I wasn't able to do both. But then I still needed money, so I got behind on everything because I was then freelancing pretty much full time. Threw out my whole common route because I hated it and accidentally wrote out Leon. Oops. Emrys is my favorite child, and I should be sorry, but I'm not. But yeah, at its core, like making a basic visual novel is super easy. It's just time consuming, and the more you want to do with it, the more complex it starts to become. Like if you look at like in different style games as well, like if you wanted to make like, you know, a chat sim, like if you look at say like A Date with Death, like I couldn't do most of what's in that just because it's so heavy on like different systems and screens and a lot of like variable things that I've never had to do before, because my visual novels are a lot more standard. Like the fanciest my games tend to get is the action editor, which is essentially a third-party plugin anyway, which is what I use for moving my camera and doing all my panning and stuff like that. Eventually I'd like to do some like heavier stuff, and I want to do like, you know, I need to work on the phone system and stuff like that to rather than like, you know, the text message portions just auto playing, them being actually something you can interact with. Gabby from 2.5 Studios helped me code that in the beginning though, and I'll probably need her help to to change it again. Always very grateful for Gabby listening to my I don't know how to do this. You gonna be okay? They took a breath, then let go of the hoodie, nodding as they lifted their head. Yeah, I want to try. I have both of you, so it's not as terrifying, I think. I could be scarier than them if you need me to be. I'll let you know if I do. As you moved towards the volleyball net, one of Elio's friends caught sight of you first, lifting an arm for a friendly wave. At that, Elio turned to face you, wearing a wide, beaming grin.
Hey, you wanna play afterward?
Caveat, we're not going to be good, but yes.
That's great. Let's get some quick intros out of the way. Gang, these are opponents. Opponents, meet the gang.
Not exactly the best introduction, but it's a start. One of the gang was standing off to one side, apparently spacing out, but the other, red-headed with freckles, stepped up with another small wave. In the same movement, they plucked the volleyball out of Elio's hands, ignoring his little sound of protest. I'm Rory. I'm this guy's RA.
Come on, you had just my heart.
Dude, I love you, I do, but saying your RA is your friend is like asking your parents to take you to prom.
What? No, you're still my friend.
Until your actual buddies get here, sure. And this. They leaned over, looping a third student under the arm and tugging them closer. Is Keegan. Both of us prefer he, they pronouns, and Keegs uses they a little more often. Don't take it the wrong way if they don't look at you. He's usually halfway out of whatever's going on. I'm listening. Sometimes you are, buddy. Sometimes you are. Keegan rolled their eyes gently, before tilting their head at you. What's up? This game, I guess. Sky, some clouds, a bird probably. Shall I go on? A better question is what's down, aka you guys after this game. Not much, what's up with you? Alright, let's go through these. These are all very funny. This game, I guess.
You guessing correctly.
Elio swiped quickly for the ball. And Yori stuck their arm out of the way before sticking their tongue out and dropping the ball into Elio's waiting hand.
So, simple game of keepy uppy, or do we want to play for things?
Keepy uppy. I think it's depending on the on like what some of the like what the answers are. Some of them I'm just like, nope, that one. I'm going for that one. And others I kind of want to see what all the answers are because the quote is funny. Smart ass, nice.
To be fair, you did walk right into that. But anyway,
A better question is what's down? AKA you guys after this game.
God. That is painful.
Huh. There's two of you now. I'm looking forward to this.
you know I can't tell when you're being sarcastic.
Me? Sarcastic? Never. Not much? Also not much. And the convo of the year goes to not these two.
That's fine. At least you talk when we've got volleyball.
This one was upsetting and I need it to be my actual answer. Very upsetting.
You know I can't tell when you're being sarcastic. So, simple game of keepy uppy, or do we want to play for points? Fair warning though, I'm not bragging, but if we play for real, I'll win.
Well, yeah. You're playing with people who have never played before. Way to keep your teammates in mind, kiddo.
Okay, you can share the title, but the crowd is still mine.
There was that glint in his eye again. A hint of competitive spirit, hidden by that easygoing smile. Pick a god and pray. Elio cocked his head to one side, spinning the volleyball into a tricolored blur between his hands.
So, we're doing smack talk, huh? That mean you want to play for points?
Let's do it. Not amused. We are not amused. His eyes drilled a hole in the back of your head, but you held firm, putting a hand on your hip as you faced Elio with a confident smile. In times like these, it was important not to be hesitant. Oop! Better get your head in the game, Keegs. Oh no! Looks like we're playing for keeps. Fun. You could sense the enthusiasm from that. Elio chuckled, the sound rumbling deep in his chest as he lowered his head. His next smile was toothier, shadowed by a mix of exuberance and ambition.
Then, why don't we play full set? First to 25 points wins.
Oh god. You're on.
Alright, the first serve's all yours.
Elio lobbed the ball underhand, sending it in a high, slow arc, You caught it with a low oomph. Moving to the back line of the court as Elio, Rory and Keegan ducked under the net. So, what now? I have to reiterate, I really don't know what I'm doing here. I'll be honest, unless you want me to recap a bunch of anime at you, I'm not going to be a great teacher here. That's just it. Whatever. That's it. We're screwed. How bad can we really be? Fucking terrible. No, Cam's right. That crown is ours. And we're gonna come out like kings. Just focus on having fun. Here. Losing helps with character development, you know. Don't jinx us. Shit always hits the fan when people say that. It's not a jinx, it's optimism.
Hey, you idiot over there. You guys getting cold feet.
And then we'll start our own tri-monarchy right here in Rena's backyard.
Hey, you idiot over there. You guys getting cold feet.
Let's just focus on having fun. Are we really doing that? No, you're right. I want to win.
Hey, you idiot over there. You guys getting cold feet.
Here. That's so great for our morale. It's better to set realistic standards.
Hey, you idiot over there.
Okay. Shush. Losing helps with character development, you know. Not for my character development.
Hey, you idiot over there. You guys getting cold feet.
No. Cam's right.
Hey, you idiot over there. You guys getting cold feet.
Elio was stooped in the back half of his side of the court, with Rory in the opposite corner. I don't expect any points on my side. I expect more to hit the net and hit the ground. Keegan idled up front with a much more relaxed posture, even though his eyes were trailing you, waiting quietly for your next move. You wish. Volleyball, schmollyball. It couldn't be that different from most other sports. There was a ball, there was a net. The ball went over the net, and then you scored, right? And to get the ball over the net, you had to serve it somehow. Hey, Elio?
Yeah.
How do I serve? Elio blinked, and before he could help himself, he spluttered a laugh.
You told me to pray.
Still do that, but also show me how to serve a volleyball real quick.
Okay, I'm heading over.
Elio jogged quickly to stand next to you, holding his hand out for the ball.
Okay, so first things first, position. Whichever hand is your dominant one, you're hitting the ball with. For me, it's my left. So, for an underhand swing.
He held the ball in front of him with his right hand, showing you the spot on the ball he'd be aiming for with his left.
You're gonna swing like this. As you reach the ball, just let your other hand slip out of the way. Careful not to hit yourself.
After demonstrating for you with exaggerated slowness, he handed the ball over, gesturing for you to try. You settle in, copying each of his movements as smoothly as you could.
Hold on. Do you mind if I touch you?
No thanks. Yeah, but not without teasing him first. In what way are we talking here? He blinked rapidly before clearing his throat and readjusting his hat.
I just wanted to.
I love bullying men. You were teaching me how to serve a volleyball?
Right. Yeah.
His hand shadowed your shoulder, not quite brushing you, as he gestured for you to shift your weight. You obliged him, rocking forward on your feet as you mimed another serve, and he nodded, a small, satisfied smile appearing on his lips.
Yeah. Looks like you got it. Want to give it a shot?
You did just that, and the ball bounced right over the net. And the ball bounced over the net, right into Rory's hands. Man, if only this was dodgeball.
There you go. Think you got it from there?
Think so, yeah. You ready to lose?
And right back to fighting. Alright? Rory, toss that ball back over. Fight's on.
Oh no. Oh no. As in real life, you may find yourself faced with a quick action or choice while playing. QTEs in keyframes come in two types: key inputs times choices. Time choices require you to select an option from the menu before time runs out, and key inputs challenge you to enter up to 5 directional inputs in a given time limit. An example of a key input is below. Key input results sometimes scale according to how many successful inputs you make. Different degrees of success or failure can lead to slightly different results. Oh man. So even within that, there's variables. Oh my goodness. Who was responsible for this? Huh. Oh. Hang on. Sorry about that. My dad just barged into my room. While you caught the ball, Ilya returned to his side of the court, waving his arms and hooting for you to do your worst. Hootin'! Oh. Ad break. You promptly obeyed by setting up another underhand serve and your fist thumped into the ball with a hearty smack, and it flew neatly over the net, prompting a Welcome back from Adhel. I succeeded in the first of these quick time events, I'll have you know. Ruckus cheer from Elio as he ran to intercept. Yeah, that's more like it. Here comes the rebound. Cameron scrambled for the return shot with a grin, their own confidence bolstered by yours. With a tap, they sent the ball to Dea, and she just barely managed to knock it back over the net. Come on, we can do this! After a few more volleys and near misses, you found a clunky but steadily improving rhythm. Come on, is this all you guys got? You slapped a hand on your thigh, dropping into a half squat as the ball rolled out of bounds on Elio's side again. They laughed openly, backing into a corner with a shrug. Save your energy, the game's not over yet. This time, he tossed the ball up for a floating serve, and a fraction of a second after his hand connected, the ball slammed onto your side of the court, sending up a comical puff of dirt and grass. That could have been my face. 25 points was no walk in the park. The march wore on, and you tried your hardest to keep the gap between your teams as small as possible. It was admittedly difficult, since Rory revealed he was no amateur either, and with him and Elio trading offense and defense, they really had you scurrying across the grass. I succeeded. Yippee! It makes me panic because my brain can't process like the directions quick enough. Although I did go the default speed, I could have slowed it down if I wanted to, but I like giving myself some kind of a challenge for streaming. I make things as easy as possible if otherwise. Keegan was, thankfully, a lot more lenient. They never strayed from their spot, saving their energy so they could jump, spike and go idle again. Altogether, the match was fairly even, albeit thanks to different levels of effort. Finally, the game was heading for its natural conclusion. The race was neck and neck. Elio's team was sitting at 24 points, just a single point ahead. For all your gusto, Deja and Cameron were starting to tire, and you could feel your own energy flagging. Your legs screamed for a break, and you could feel the pulsing in your thumbs from where you kept bouncing the ball back. How about we call it after this last volley? Oh, thank goodness. I mean, if that's what you want. Cameron psyched themselves up with a fist stuck in the air, and Deja nodded grimly, her eyes closing as she caught her breath. Then let's make it count. Winner takes all. Man, but we were leading. Not by much. By enough! You ready? Elio launched the final serve, and the court plunged into slow motion. He leaped, arms swinging. His hand met the ball, and it sailed directly towards the back line, where you stood. Oh my goodness. Oh. That sent little prickles of panic through my chest. You dropped, knees digging into the dirt as you braced your entire body up under the receive. The ball ricocheted off your forearms, flying high overhead. Cameron looked between Deja and you, then up at the ball. They bit their lip, then reached up, ready to set. Deja looked at you, pointing a manicured nail at the net. It's up to you. So you rushed forward, ignoring your weary body as you pushed for one final jump. The ball was set, and you pitched your arms back, slamming your palm straight into it with a satisfying stinging smack. You spiked hard and fast, and Keegan barely got a hand out to deflect the ball at a hopeless angle. No! Elio flung himself down, and his fingers brushed against the ball. But it wasn't enough. Both Elio and the volleyball went rolling out of bounds. You okay? That was a rough fall. Elio sat up, his hat askew and his face smeared with a little dirt. The damage couldn't be worse than a scratch or two, especially if he was laughing like he was. Beaten by the rookies! Uh-huh! How do you like that? Shit, you got me! Regretting that winner takes all now? Uh-huh. Heck you! Is volleyball something that as devs you are already familiar with? Was it like inspired, like if the winning scene is inspired by a haiku scene, is it inspired by haiku, or did you have to do a lot of research? I made the mistake of putting a chessboard, I made the mistake of putting a chessboard in one of my backgrounds, and then Mikey interacts with it, and then I'm like, shit, I don't know how to play chess. Let me Google this. With a hand braced on the grass, he kicked smoothly back upright. Tapping the ball with one foot to roll it back. Oh no! To roll it back within bounds. Quickly, carelessly, he tugged his shirt up by the collar, using the fabric to wipe some of the sweat and dirt off his chin. Good game, good game. GG, bro. GG. We won? Heck yeah! It's a real underdog story. We won! Laughing, you braced yourself as Cameron dragged you and Deja in for a hug, and the three of you stumbled and spun around in an ungainly lopsided, like an ungainly lopsided vinyl. We did it! See? And wasn't that fun? You didn't want to play earlier. I still will never play a volleyball game again for as long as I live, but I'll admit it was pretty fun. They would be so bruised. They're gonna feel that one tomorrow. Ahem. Is this thing on? Food's ready, everyone. Can I get a hell yeah? Like seagulls on a boardwalk, every single person at the party turned. By this point, the self-service tables were a mountain range of loaded food trays and foiled wrap goodies, but all eyes were on Raina, as she stood with a megaphone in one hand and a spatula in the other. Wine. As her entire... That scene is quoted, like, religiously between my mother and I in our household. Like, it's just... we had a fish we named Mine. And every time someone talked about the fish, it'd trigger the mine. we also had a fish named Fish and a fish named Chips. They looked almost identical and they were fish and chips. As her entire guest list stared at her in hopeful silence, she rolled her eyes, then brandished her spatula high overhead. I said, "Can I get a hell yeah?" Whoop whoop whoop! No way were you going to embarrass yourself. Hell yeah, Raina! Whoop whoop whoop! That's not what she asked for. Jesus. Hell yeah! Yeah! Hell yeah! Whoop whoop! It wasn't long before the crowd broke into cheers, and just like that, the spell was broken. Alright kids, you better get going. You're not eating? Oh, trust me, I'm eating. I'm just gonna look for my partner first. I'm gonna bounce too. I'm gonna wait for the lime to calm down a bit. Oh, okay. Thanks for playing, guys. I like that this one has glasses. Yep. If I see you boys, I'll tell them you're online, yeah? Laurie disappeared in one direction, and Keegan drifted away in another. Elio turned to the three of you, his smile going a little lopsided as he hazarded the question. So, you getting in line too? I'd be skipping it if I could, so yeah. Deja's SGB vice president. She's kind of in charge of setup after Raina. Oh, well let's grab a spot. I told my friends I'd hold their place too, so that's where they'll know to find me. He didn't seem awkward at all after pulling you into the loop, even if you were still relative strangers. If anything, it looked like he was purposely waiting for you, rather than rushing for a spot in the line. Thoughts on Elio? That was kind of clingy. That's rude. That was pretty nice of him. He was a good guy overall. Again, you just met. This guy was clingy. That was kind of clingy of him. Honestly, it was cute of him to pay so much attention to you. That was nice of him. But it was basic manners. You didn't think much of it. Frankly, you'd played a game together, but you didn't care to hang out with him much more than that. Wow. I like how the options vary so much. It's like, yeah, he's super cute, I love him, or absolutely savage. I think the options would have been fun to write. I really like it the way that things move. It's cute of him to pay you so much attention. Oh, okay. Okay, we have been going for 5 hours now. So, I think this last set of option shuffle is going to be where I will end it. Because I'm almost out of water. My room is over 30 degrees. And my voice is starting to die. So let's go through these and then we will stop this for today. That was pretty nice of him. He was a good guy overall. He wasn't the only friendly stranger on campus, of course, and you'd only just met. That made it particularly sweet that he'd decided you were worth so much of his time and attention. Yeah, sure, sounds great. One of the difficult things about streaming is finding that good spot to stop. What am I being titled over? Oh. I went about 5 hours the other day as well. And I had like 20 minutes left of of Mirage Noir. I was like, I have to stop. I am dying. I was like, I was so certain that I'd be like right at the end, that I'd stop with only like a couple of lines left. But apparently I had like 20 minutes left. So not really enough for another stream, but unless I was to go through one of the other paths. Again, you'd just met. That was kind of clingy of him. It bothered you a little that he was inviting himself along. He clearly had other friends. So maybe this was just how he was? He seemed to care an awful lot about, well, everything. Yeah, sure, lead the way. Honestly, it was cute of him to pay you so much attention. This kind of sweet, automatic consideration made him very endearing, and even if he'd shown he was just this friendly by default, you couldn't help but smile. Alright, let's do it. That was nice of him, but it was basic manners. You didn't think much of it. All of you were headed in the same direction anyway. No point splitting up. That awkward, like, bye! And then you, like, walk in the same direction. Like, awkward as hell. It's like, well, we can't speak now. We've already said goodbye. As long as Cameron didn't mind, you'll find to hang out with him for a little longer. Sure. Frankly, you played a game together, but you didn't care to hang out with him much more than that. You'd been expecting to say your goodbyes and separate by now, intentionally or not. He was now risking becoming an unwelcome thorn in your side, and the thought made you the thought of it made you stay silent. Yeah, sure, lead the way. That one is brutal. Let's see. He was a pretty good guy overall. Quickly, you hustled over, bunching together in between the other students waiting for excitedly for their turn. Elio turned to and fro on tiptoes, searching the crowd before he hopped back down with a shrug. Okay. So that is where I'm going to leave this for today.
It is so warm in here.
Let's see. I'm glad you enjoyed. This game has 60 hours left on Kickstarter. If you liked what you've seen me play today, you should definitely go and check it out yourself. It is on Steam and itch.io. You can find the links in the descriptions and in chat. I highly encourage going and playing it for yourself, seeing what options you like yourself, and making your own way through it. Let me know if you would like to see me play more of this another day. Huge thanks to the dev for hanging out and chat today. This has been really fun. This game looks super cute, and a huge congratulations to them for going as well as they have been on Kickstarter. I'm so excited to see where this game goes. It looks like an absolutely massive undertaking, and it is incredibly ambitious, and I wish the development team all the best with it. Eventually, I will be getting back to my my streams for Eventually, we'll be getting back to my streams for Danganronpa and Disco Elysium. I have been incredibly busy. I'd also really like to do a playthrough of Dragon Age Veilguard. I spent like 90 hours on that this past week. Just trying desperately to get through it as much, like because I just could not focus on anything else. Like, I had to play this game. It had been 10 years of waiting, but I'm already dying to do another playthrough. So if you would like to give me an excuse to replay Veilguard, let me know if that's something you'd like to see, and what character you'd like to see me romance. I have done Lucanus on my own, but I did a Shadow Dragon, and I think that was a mistake. I am desperate to see what a crow playthrough looks like. But yeah, it's getting warmer here because we're like heading into like summer is approaching us quickly. Like, I can feel it already. It's not here yet, but it is. So that will probably slow me down a lot because I am baking. Yeah, it doesn't start until the 1st of December, but it's already hitting the 30s. Which is absolutely miserable for me because the microphone picks up so much sound from the fans. So I have it I have a small fan like sitting on my floor pointed at my legs, but like it is muggy as hell in here. So summer I just kind of cease to exist. So yes, it is. I am actually a winter baby. Winter starts in June here, so I'm literally like mid-winter because that's 6th of July. So yeah, I am a winter baby, and I got winter in this as well, so I found that quite funny. So yeah, keep an eye on my Twitter, or Blue Sky, or Tumblr, or the Discord, for what what my next stream might be. Let me know what you'd like to see played, and thank you so much for spending the past 5 hours with me. I am going to go eat and stand under the fan. Thank you so much, and goodbye!